Good evening, friends. Hope you're having a good day. My throat is a bit sore, but other than that, it's a pretty good day. So we're gonna play some Monster Train and see how it goes, and hope that my throat stops bothering me. So, we did all the dimensional challenges. We are now back to random, wherein I finally dropped my win streak by trying to force something dumb with Penumbra. So we're starting the win streak again. But, there we go. We're just going to do random, unless people have requests. Hades 2 and Genshin dropping new update on the same day. How do I clone myself? Yeah, I did see the Hades update. I didn't check it out at all, though. Other than I saw that they had the new aspects for each weapon, which I'm excited to see eventually. Especially because the fourth aspects for the weapons in like Hades 1 were very different from their normal gameplay, so I expect that to be the same with these ones in Hades 2. So they should be real cool. Anyways, how you doing, Joe? How you doing, Prototype and Fury? Good to have you here. Ether 2, of course. Okay. So, we have Sentient. We have a Husk Hermit. And an okay start. I got to see the Hidden Axe. It's certainly very different. Very cool. Do you have to do anything special to unlock them? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm pretty confident we're taking Crown of the Eternal, because the whole point of Sentient is that it's got a big bundle of HP, and so just being able to utilize that well is pretty solid. Whether we end up going with like Cultivate or Spikes or like even Explosive could do okay for us, but I think we'd be better served with like Cultivate. Either way, just healing to full of return is pretty good. Yep, we're gonna do Cultivating. So extra draw, and every time it gets attacked, it will give stats to the lowest HP thing on the floor. And there we go. How you doing, June, August? Alright, so since we did... what's its face? You know what? I'm not even gonna bother playing as the other Shield Steward. Oh, I thought that I had done Marker Invasion. I definitely did not. For some reason, I thought it was. Also, I gotta tell you, like, it's so weird to me seeing the, like, animations for the Monster Train 1 units. I don't think it's bad for them to have them, but again, like, I'm just so used to not having them that it looks really weird to see Sentient, like, kind of wiggling about. You talk to specific NPCs and they give you the unlock phrase, no weapon equips needed, but I think it's limited to 1 per run or something. Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, well, let's just play some things out and soften up these dudes a little bit. Unfortunately, Marker Invasion would have been way better for us, but not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll do that. There's not really a great downside to it. We just won to get the Husk Hermit powered up, but unfortunately it's going to take some doing. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to take some... Oh, he survived out 1. That's annoying. Whatever. It's my own fault for not wanting to kill him. Fine, we'll do that. God. I just can't kill anything. Like, we'll be okay once we're fighting the boss, I think. But my damage output is just really fucking awful. Because Restore is a bad card. Yeah, God, this feels just so awful. Is it better to hit you or to just do 13 damage to you? I might actually just lose here. You know what? I'm going to try this fight again, but starting from the bottom, because I totally thought that I had done the Mark of Invasion, and that was not helpful. So we're going to not do that. Whatever, that's fine. Actually, should have done the regen on the backliner, because he's the only one who's actually taking damage. Okay. Well, I actually ended up cultivating onto Sentient because of the way that I played that. Okay, well, we're going to descend you and keep up the work, I guess. Upgraded Polyphemus kicked my ass, by the way. That thing is rough. Yeah, I saw someone say that, although I didn't look into it in any detail. I suppose I probably should have done that on a different floor. Ah, we got one more round of combat, and that does a lot of extra work. Unfortunately, most of the cultivating ends up going on to Sentient, which is not particularly helpful. Oh, he's okay, but it's not great. Yeah, this is why I should have done the cultivating on a different floor, because then I could have been doing a lot more work here. But it's fine. Like, we're taking a bit of a beating, but we should survive at least. Okay, so we went on Descend, so we can do that. And that's enough that we get the kill. We did still take a chunk of damage on this fight, but at least we're not dead immediately. I mean, the Sharpen's okay for us. Any attack scaling at this point is useful. Restoration Detonation, not particularly good for us. And in general, I've always kind of hated the card. Wildwood Zap is whatever. We'll take Sharpen. It's not the ideal card for us. Celestial Storm is good. I am going to skip it, though. Yeah, we're definitely going to go here. So we don't want Quick. Although we do need to be wary of the Chosen Sweepers later on. Which would be a good reason to use Quick later, but we're not going to worry about that yet. And like, Large Stone, sort of okay now, except that we can't cultivate with that. But that might still be worthwhile. I don't want to reduce capacity. Well, I'm gonna probably not do that then. I could take the Thorned Hollow. Alright, I'm gonna do it for now. I don't really plan to use it long term, but it does help me at the moment. Since I'm utterly lacking in damage scaling. And there's not actually that much damage scaling in Awoken. And there's like none in Luna. We're just gonna play these out even though... Actually, you know what? We'll use this right now. So I can start buffing you. I probably should have played out the Spear Steward, but that's fine. Alright. So keep beating onto the Sentient, that's fine. Can't fit the steward. Alright, we'll take a small bit of damage and get the kills there. Alright, well, we did some damage to you. Far from as much damage as one might have hoped. But, hey. There we go. I was going to play the Spear Steward, but we don't actually need to, because we have to kill here. Anyways, this is why we took the Thorn Hollow, because it is legitimately pretty helpful for our current needs. I do like Vine Grasp. Ascension's having this much of a hard time, Solgar is probably worse. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Oh. Like, I want the Vine Grasp, but the Restoration Detonation is actually good if we're going to be using the Thorn Hollow long term. And I think I will take it, even if it's a card that I don't love. Phase Blessing is interesting, but maybe not necessary here. It's a great card overall, though. And the Calcified Ember is less of an issue with Aquaths, because on any given turn, we can get 3 extra Ember to get rid of it if we really want. Yeah, I'll take that. It's useful in a number of ways, so... we're going to go here and look for equipment. Overgrowth Carapace is cute. Would be a lot better if I had taken Smidge Stone, though. I'll take the Razor. So how long did that Mastery Frame last yesterday? It lasted a couple runs, but not too long. It just weirded me out too much. I still like it overall, but we might put it on again in the near future. Overgrowth Carapace is not bad on the Thorned Hollow, kind of. I do feel like maybe I should take it, but we're gonna not. Yeah. Definitely not the equipment I was hoping for. I will take this, though, and I'll just make it deployable. I mean, honestly, the Enchanted Chamber is okay, too. But we're gonna skip. Okay, so you just have base 40 attack power now, which is not bad. And I forget how much damage you do at base. I think it's 13. Also, I did mean to get rid of one of the stewards, and I forgot. But that's okay. And he does 7. Way less than I thought he did on this variant. Also, how you doing, Ashiaka? And Glacier 2, if I forgot to ask. Okay. Well, I would like to do some damage to you. I'm actually going to ascend you so you don't get the Siphon. I entered in a way that made you forget to ask. Doing good? Well, fair enough. Glad to hear you're doing alright. Still working on taming the baby kitty. Understandable. It is a ongoing process, I am sure. Okay, don't want to go back to work after extended weekend. Yeah, very understandable. Okay, we've done a good job of avoiding the Siphon, though we're about to break that. Yeah, unfortunately the Glimmer's one off from getting the kill there, which is sad. Found it in our backyard about 3 weeks ago. I think you mentioned it, and if you hadn't, then I've just imagined that, or I'm conflating it with somebody else who also has a kitten currently. Which is entirely possible. Yeah, unfortunately that Siphon rage is getting real high. There's not a lot that we can do about that. Yeah, unfortunately, this is where we struggle real bad. Well, okay. There was possibly a world in which we could have ascended one of those units 2 floors. It would have been maybe okay, but either way, this is what we got. I think it will be an okay shape. Because his rage did dissipate quite a bit. Yeah. And now he's essentially a non-issue. As our Thorn Hollow takes the stage and murders. Well, I don't really want Lunacycle Staff, but I'm gonna take it. Spreading Spores is also cute, but nope. We are going to skip these. And what do I want? I think we're taking draw. We do get extra draw off of Cultivate already. Ember is of course nice, but if I start visiting Merchants of Magic, I can also minus cost things. We're just gonna take draw for now. Okay, we're looking for Dualism and Multi-Strike. And maybe that. Alright, Cultivating 2 it is. Interesting combination of options. Well, I didn't really want the Mage Blade, but it's not bad for me, kind of. Yeah, I'll take it, I guess. Okay. Dagger solves your backline issues later, kind of. Yeah, it does, and I thought about taking it. The problem is it's very bad into cultivating, but I do need to have a way to deal with the sweepers here, kind of. I think I'm going to re-roll. I also might want to just take Conduit here, but I don't think I'm going to. Okay. Now, the question is, do I want to do this? And the answer is sort of yes. And I think the answer is, yeah, we're going to, because it gives me a little bit of leeway later in the game. It's awkward at the moment. We should still be able to make through, though. Or let Thorn Hall be on the bottom floor setup. Yeah, that is also a possibility as long as we can get his spikes up high enough, fast enough, which is the main issue. But I think we'll be okay in times to come. Sal didn't believe in the Smidge Stone, overgrown carapace dream. Feels bad, man. Fair enough. And then I can't play out him. But this way we dodge some corruption on things. I mean, like, Sentient's going to get a bunch of corruption, but also full heals every turn, so that helps. It is going to be a problem once we get to the boss, but, you know. Okay, so you're going to get that one, and you're going to get that one. We're going to just start building up the Cycle Staff. Yeah, I'll play you out, I guess. It's a bit sad that I didn't get Titanite for the Thorned Hollow, but whatever. I didn't do it. Here we are. Just take the damage, who cares? This is definitely a lot more impressive than it was. Yeah, unfortunately Phase Blessing is pretty terrible without Conduit. Oh boy, it's Ajax. I mean, we should be pretty okay against Ajax. We've gotten our attack up to a pretty reasonable degree. Yep, there we go. And then we just play with Vengeful Shards and shift the moon and then murder. Yeah, it turns out having multi-strike definitely helps. Also having some equipment does a lot of work. It's not the strongest equipment right now by any means, but so be it. Sadly, we don't have any silent units. Friendly units gain Conduit is not bad for us. The, like, flat... Well... Yeah, I'm willing to just take that. That's fine. The rings just hard counter sap. Yes, the equalizing rings. They are a weird equipment. And it is interesting that they do explicitly overwrite any other attack changes, which is not how I would have initially expected them to work. But, like, if you have Rage, it ignores the Rage. If you have Sap, it ignores the Sap. It just... Their attack is equal to their max health, always. There's some useful stuff here, but I think we're just going here. I don't care about Wilting Sapwood. Honestly, I kind of want to take it just to master it, but it's a bad unit. And I'm not going to worry about it right now. Like, I could do something like this. I don't think we want to because it messes with the cultivating. And that's just not very helpful. As if, specifically, if I use this to overstack, it will mess with the cultivating. Because I want the cultivating to always be hitting the same target. This is going to go here. I don't super care about this other than getting the minus cost on things. Could do it on the sharpen, which is okay. I don't love it though. Problem is I don't care about most of these spells. Like, their stores are awful, but I kind of want them just in case I'm still using the Thorned Hollow long term, which might not end up being the case, but for the moment is definitely important to me. But I think I largely just want to get rid of things. I mean, I don't give a shit about Glimmer. Whatever, we'll do that. We'll do that. This is gonna look weird, but we're gonna do this on the Moon Ritual. And we're gonna dupe that Moon Ritual, which also is definitely gonna look questionable, but that's fine. Also, I should have saved more of my money to just remove things, but here we are. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, I don't really need to play things out. Whatever. I maybe should have used Aquas already just to get some regen going on the Thorned Hollow. Oops. There we go. Okay. Right. We're just going to descend you for a round. Oh, because of the sap. I was like, why are you actually losing stuff? But that makes perfect sense. Fuck it, we'll just do this now. Although if I was going to do the Glimmer, then I should have done it while this guy was on the floor. It's fine. He's going to take enough damage now that we get the kill when he goes up to top floor. And that's all that we really care about. I should have played that on the back, but I also needed to have the conduit on the guy in the back if that were the case. And I neglected to do that earlier, and so we're just going to deal with it now. Also, I think we'll be okay. Like, the bottom floor squad is getting pretty decently strong now. Either way. Like, they're not insane strong, but they're certainly strong enough to handle these chumps. I mean, it doesn't matter what I play here. We already have the kill. And then the mighty Quoto still dies against us. Ta-da! Easy. Okay. I mean, Focus Growth is fine. Wildwood Custodian is kind of cute. It turns out full heal champ each turn is good. Who would have thought? Yeah, with certain champions at least, it's, yeah, definitely pretty solid. Excuse me. I guess I'll take the Wildwood Custodian, even though I find that questionable. Aurora Emperor Weaver is also a maybe here. I'm gonna skip. I don't think it's that useful for me here. Full heal champ is good, especially on champ that really appreciates full health every turn. Yeah, turns out. Yeah, we're gonna go to the Merchant of Arms, even though going here would be useful. But this is more useful for me, so that's what we're doing. Ooh. Well, that's also cute. Is that more cute? Or do I want... How you doing, Gospinat? So, weird drafts? We'll see drafts eventually. They're a lot worse in this game, though, because no more infusing. But... Alright, so what am I actually doing with my life in this new world? Okay, so I'm currently using 2 deployment Ember. I'm going to make some equipment deployable. It's just a matter of what I end up doing. I was going to do the Lunar Cycle Staff with the Moonlit Glaive. That's not bad, but I maybe just want to swap to doing Bloodthirsty Blade. We're, you know, about halfway through the run. Actually, more than half. It's a little questionable how much value that gets. It still maybe be a decent amount. I'm hoping that Infusion and Worm can come back in an expansion with a new clan to balance things. So, I don't know if fusions are ever going to come back, just for a lot of reasons. Like, it's a lot more work to implement, and a lot more work to balance. And it was sort of a polarizing mechanic in the first game. I really liked it. I would love to see it return, even if it's only in, like, a limited fashion or, like, only for Wormkin. Since, like, Wormkin really benefit from it for their eggs. I mean, there are other clans, too. Like, Hellhorn really likes it for the Imps, and Remnant really enjoys it for, like, Legion of Wax and the Tomb units. Wormkin were balanced/built around it. Yeah, they can still work as is, but they're definitely not going to be as strong without it. And more to the point, it would make some of their units dramatically less exciting. Particularly Bogfly Chrysalis, which is like my favorite unit in Monster Train 1. Would be a lot less cool of a unit if it wasn't a way to like dupe abilities, essentially. Like, that's the coolest thing about the unit, and if they take that away, it will be really disappointing to me. So I did something to my wrist and it hurts, and I'm not wild about that. I'm just falling apart as a person, apparently. How you doing, Tiny? But yeah, Wormkin as a whole, I definitely expect to come back at some point. I believe that it's just called being over 30. Yeah, I've had some long-term health problems for a long time now. Now that people will believe that about you, cheeky 25-year-old. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm sure I can really pull off pretending to be 25. Ugh. Anyways, what am I actually doing here? The Void Armament is very good because it does just make the Husk Hermit a lot better. More specifically, it makes the Cultivating a lot better. It also makes the permanent stat gains better. And this is Kale, and so if I really wanted to, I could, like, buy the Void Armament now, and then wait until here to actually fuse it. After taking Ember from Kale. I'm like, that's not bad. That is probably my best option. Because I don't know that I'm going to get that much work off of the Bloodthirsty Blade right now. I still have some problems to overcome in the future, but we're going to do this. And we're going to do it on the Luna Cycle Staff. And I think I need to do this, even though I don't want to. Because I could also do it on the Moon Ritual, which is cool, but I think I just need more Phase Blessings. How dare you? Void Armor is really good on Hornbreaker Prince and Soul Guard the Useless. You can get them out of your deck. What a monster. I mean, honestly, I should maybe keep the Gravity, but we're gonna get rid of them. Alright, we'll see how things go. I keep forgetting that I need to get rid of one of the Shield Stewards, especially now that I got rid of the Gravities and I can't even potentially overstack. Oh, well. Yeah, we'll just play that out. I think we're okay overall. Especially, like, the full heal every turn is doing a lot of work for us. You know what? Enjoy. I would appreciate a setting that forces you to take flying challenges. My mouse double quick sometimes, and I missed out on Titans a couple times. Yeah, that's been a pretty common ask, and I think that's fairly reasonable that they'll put it in. I don't think it's good for the game for them to implement a just default all trials to on. Like, yeah, there's a lot of players like me who do play with essentially every trial on all the time, but objectively, it is not how you should be playing, and I think it just encourages bad play patterns from people. So I keep forgetting I should not be doing the Sharpen on you, because you don't actually get any benefit out of that. You get the spikes, but you don't get the attack bonus, which is whatever, it's fine. So I don't think they should do that, and some people have asked for that. But, it is specifically for just, like, default the Titan trials to on. That I do think is reasonable. And I think it's pretty likely that we'll get that implemented at some point when they have a little more bandwidth to deal with. Oh yeah, all challenges, no flying on it, yeah. I just mentioned because I have seen people ask for both. And I think one is reasonable and the other is a lot less so. Alright, and then we should smash through Kale here, no problem. And luckily we have a little bit more Moon Ritualing, so we can power up the Cycle Staff just a little bit more. There we go! Okay. So, don't need Duality. Ritual Tome is a maybe. Cycle of Life is a good card that I don't think we're going to take. Or at least it's a potentially useful card. I mean, Ritual Tome I don't hate, but we are going to skip. We're going to take Ember. And I don't fully know if my plan is going to work out the way that I desire, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Alright, Cultivating 3. Before we do this... Yeah, let's do the combination first. Because I have 6 Ember for deployment, and I'm going to spend 1 and then 5 for the equipment, or 4 for the equipment, and then 1 more for you, and we should be fine. So, combine those 2. Ooh. We're going to do the Titan skin on you, even though it does throw off the deployment a little bit. But that's okay. Combine the ring with Void Armament. Yeah, we're gonna not do that. We were gonna do those, so we're gonna get rid of you. And you. And there we go. Yeah, this is a little annoying, but we'll make it work. Because I can't play with the merged equipment now, which is liable to cause me problems, but we're gonna hope we draw it in a reasonable time frame, and if not, we'll suck it up and lose some health. And that's just what it's gonna be. Sometimes you gotta lose health for glory. Yeah, really not excited about that, but okay. Yeah, I can play it with the Pyre ability. Okay. Like, we've got other problems, but... Yeah... I mean, I'm gonna take some damage. That's okay. Hey, thanks for the subscription. I really appreciate that. Like, truly, it does mean a lot to me. Yeah, so anyways, we take a bit of damage here. Yeah, because there's no way that I can get him to survive taking the hit, which is whatever, that's fine. We'll just do this, take a bit more damage, it's okay. So long as we don't take an obscene amount of damage during the Seraph fight, we'll be in good shape. I didn't really have a good reason to do that, since I did forget that you were taking sweep damage, and therefore we're losing the armor anyways, but so be it. Been watching your jank since Monster Train 1, well worth it. Glad to hear it. I'm glad you guys appreciate it and come back time after time. It really, truly does mean a lot to me. And I hope to be providing jank for high-quality jank for a long time to come. If I'm feeling better this week, I am planning to start uploading on YouTube again, so that's the plan. Which, by the way, on that note, if you guys have any particular runs that you enjoy and think would make for a good highlight run, feel free to point out to me. I will try to make sure it goes up on YouTube, since I'm going to try to pull out a couple highlights in addition to the VODs. Engraft is good, and Snare is also good. I think we're just doing Engraft, even though we're a bit late to using it. Lunacy is okay, but we're not going to worry about it. Okay, so we're going here. Although the healing vaguely would have been nice. That's unfortunate. We don't have any silent units. We don't have any Fey units. Those are both maybe worth it. Okay. Excuse me. So, we're gonna get that at least. I might be willing to do that. Mostly, I just want to guarantee that my dude survives, like, the first couple turns, but I think I'm okay with the doing like this. Nah, I don't really want to do that. Okay, yeah. This is fine. And I guess we're doing this, whatever, who cares. Not amazing, that's what we're doing. Would love to remove more things. My deck is decently chunky. Totally forgot that I could get cash there. I'm not going to look at upgrades. We're just going to take the Ember Staff and call that good. And we're going to dupe this. That's good enough. I'm going to tell you right now, I put the Spell Chain and the dupe on the wrong one. Totally meant to do it right here. That's fine. Whatever. We'll be okay. Just not what I meant to do. It is worse. We should still be okay. Okay. Can't play the Thorn Hollow, which also means that Seraph is right here. Which is fine. Okay, so we take some big hits, but we get rid of the melee weakness. And now we just need to survive. Yeah, we're gonna do this just to give you a bit of a buffer. It would also be helpful to have the Thorn Hollow having a buffer, because he still needs to get rid of the melee weakness, but that's way less of a concern to me, all things considered. And I thought about doing the Planetarium down here just so, like, the Phase of Blessings would be better. But I didn't. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, even though it means that I'm not doing the Phase Blessing this turn. And yes, I could kill these guys with the Glimmers, kind of, but I want them to be hitting into the section. Like, that part is fine. Okay, so you can survive, which doesn't matter tons, but still what we're doing. And then we're just going to try to keep you topped off. And do a little bit of damage there. Like, I don't think the Thorn Hollow matters a ton. And honestly, if the Husk Hermit dies, we're in terrible shape regardless. So, like, we never want it to be a situation where we're relying on the Thorn Hollow to win. But so be it. Yeah, then you're dramatically less threatening now that we don't have melee weakness. Yeah, I maybe should have saved that still. Still a little annoyed that I actually didn't put the spell chain on the wrong one, but it's not a big deal overall. And like, it still sort of works. That one has much higher magic power, which is very useful. It's just, you know, not great in other ways. Thorn cheerleader, yep. As that would be sometimes. Yeah, there's not really any benefit to healing my dude down there. Okay, and then unsurprisingly we have the victory. We are taking some damage, but not enough to kill us, so, you know, that's what matters. And we'll play these even though it doesn't actually affect anything. Okay. Ta-da! Alright. Now we should be okay against the Titans, probably. All things considered, they're not that difficult of a fight. The savagery does eventually get to a point that just kind of murders things. Which is not ideal. And it is one of the reasons that healing is just the worst defensive option. At least normal healing and not Luna's special overheal that's just better than any healing that Awoken does, because why would the healing clan not have the best healing in the game? Now, do I want to do Planetarium here? I think the answer is yes. And we're just going to abandon the Thorn Hollow plan. That's just what we're going to do. Oh, I don't want to equip that. We explicitly do not want to equip it. Is there any purpose to hitting you up here? Not really, but we'll do it anyways. Okay, so. Sorry, Wildwood Custodian, you're gonna die. It is just the way of things. Well, none of my spells matter at the moment, so... Honestly, I forgot I had the Spear Steward in the deck still. Unfortunately, these guys are kind of jerks, because they do ruin a lot of my armor buildup, but... so be it. Does the Pyre give more Ember, or what does it do? So once each battle, it allows me to gain 3 Ember for a single turn. So it's not the greatest, but it has its uses. Alright, so I gotta wait one more cycle at least to take care of Savagery. It's probably gonna be more than that, but we're trying. Yeah, like there's no way I'm actually protecting you. So let's not try. Unfortunately, our attack scaling is sort of slow in the grand scheme of things. But we're working on it. We're trying. The minion's almost dead. It is really just savagery that's going to take us extra time to kill. Which I think we still win. But is not great. Yeah, because I still need to do one more cycle. But we should be okay. It's just going to be close. But I don't have any way to change it. Like, there's nothing I can do to play my deck differently for this to matter, essentially. Like, I can do tiny bits of extra damage to him here and there, but... But we are going to win, so... You piece of shit. Alright, so as long as we kill savagery on this turn, we win. Yep, there we go. Yeah, doesn't matter if we play the Pyrolite or not. We take 3 damage there. We just have to wait so we can hit savagery. And there we go. Bit close on HP, but again, there's no way I could have sped up the fight. Like, my deck does what it does, and I just have to wait for things to line up. Ta-da! Oh, we didn't even have Razor Sharp Edge unlocked? God, it's so weird to me still. God, like, I truly don't know what is in the unlockable pool. Even though I've done this before, like, I did this during the beta, I did this back in Monster Train 1, still I don't know what's in the pool. Also, Priory's Cloak is bad. I want it to be better than it is, but... Animus of Speed is one of the top units that I really want to be reworked, because in a world of 500 HP heavies, what is Animus of Speed really doing? Like, I've had some people argue with me in a facetious manner, being like, it's got quick, that's what it's doing. It's fucking worthless. It's not doing anything for the clan. Like, it is a waste of space of a unit. Does not help. Vine Mother, I also want to get reworked, mostly because I just hate it. Just applied melee weakness already. Like, there's a lot of ways that they could make Animus of Speed into something more useful. It just really depends on what route they'd want to take it, basically. I would vastly prefer to put Quick on Will over putting Quick on Multi-Strike on Quick. Yes, basically. Like, there's just... It just doesn't do anything for the clan. Like, and especially... It wasn't great in Monster Train 1, but at least in Monster Train 1, the HP of enemies was lower, and so it was more meaningful that you could, like, potentially get your Animus of Speed up to doing enough damage to, like, kill a heavy. But it takes a huge investment to get an Animus of Speed to kill a single 500 HP heavy. And, like... Yeah, technically you can just put multiple of them down on a floor. Still not very helpful. If it were a 1 capacity unit, maybe. It's just not a good unit. If this were a different game like Magic and it allowed you to just like choose who you dealt the damage to, that would be a different story, because then you could use it to pick off backliners and things like that. On the other hand, you could also then just take a quick sweeper, which effectively also is hitting the backliners, but is also hitting everybody, and is still better than Animus of Speed. I don't know. I think the best idea I think the best idea I've heard for Animus of Speed is to give it like a built-in Wrath ability, allowing it to attack an extra time every couple turns, or even once a turn. I don't know. Animus of Speed is one of my most wanted reworks for sure. Lady of the House is another. Yeah, for me, it's I want Demon Fiend, which currently has Trample, so it is a little bit different. I still think that's a bad design for it. Whatever. Animus of Speed, Husk Hermit, Lady of the House. Those top my list. There's a lot of others that I'd like to see reworks for as well, like Formless Child and Remnant, just because that's a really weird unit that has basically never served a great purpose, and there are some interesting things you could do with it. But those ones truly have basically no reason to exist in their current state. Like, we don't need to have vanilla units. We don't need a unit that effectively does nothing for the clan, i.e. Animus of Speed. We can do better. We can do better. And again, if this were a game like Magic, where there's essentially an unlimited card pool, it's not a big deal if there's a couple, like, really niche units, or duds, or just vanilla creatures. Like, they're fine in a limited environment, or they work in a very particular deck, even if most decks don't want to run them, whatever, yada yada yada. But in a game where there's a very limited card pool like this, every card needs to matter. And we don't need to have bland, boring, useless units. Formless Child is such a weird one. I feel it's less pressing only because Reanimate justifies it more. Yeah, it serves a little bit better of a purpose, but I don't love the Reanimate argument, given that that's applicable in only one clan combo. I mean, technically two, and that's the reverse clan combo as well, but the point being is, in its own clan, it's a pretty weird, kind of bad unit, and by kind of bad, I mean pretty bad unit, that just doesn't play very well with the mechanics of the clan. There's just a lot of ways to make it better. Like, even if you just change it to, instead of it bringing back a unit from the graveyard, if you made it have an ability to turn into a dead unit, so then you could potentially copy a unit, like, that would be useful. There are ways that you could utilize that. And I think that would still be fitting with the theme of the unit, but having a better purpose in clan. So I would love to see something like that done to it. Honestly, reskin and plop in Lazarus League doesn't even reform. Yeah, like, that's part of the problem, is it doesn't reform. Like, and that's supposed to be sort of a good thing, because it allows you to get around applying burnout to something, but it's so narrow, and if you are playing with the graveyard, you probably want your things to have burnout anyways, so that you can keep adding up more burnout, so that they don't just die in the middle of Relentless. So it ends up not being helpful. By the way, Titan's Gratitude, like, I've always wanted just one small changes card. Take away the discard at random, just let you choose the discarded card. That's all it takes to take this from a terrible card to a decent one. It's all it takes. All it takes. I just badly have always wanted that. Anyways, Malekith's Pyre is the worst. These are okay starting cards, whatever. Do I care about Unstable Pyre Sparks? Not really. It's okay early. We're probably just taking Center Salve. We're taking Center Salve. Okay. So, we're going to take Brawler, probably. I kind of want to take Reaper just because I need to get all the champion upgrades in the logbook, and we haven't done Reaper yet, and we have done Brawler, but on the other hand, Reaper is awful, and I hate it. I hate it. It's just bad. It's better in Monster Train 2 than Monster Train 1, but it's still bad. Also, hold on one moment. I need to go open a window because it's a little too warm in here. Alright, I'm back. So, also, we don't have a particularly great start for Brawler. But, fuck it. We'll take Brawler, probably. What do even the banners look like? Yeah, fine. We'll just take Brawler. I do hate Reaper, and I'm not going to subject myself to that right now. Not that we're in particularly strong state. I mean, also, like, Guardian of the Unnamed is a pretty decent pair for Prince, or for Brawler. Since, eventually, as long as we can get attack scaling, that's all that Brawler needs to be successful. Like, we just need to have attack scaling and some form of defense for him. And that's it. So having a, like, full defensive unit, not the worst. Okay, enjoy. There we go. I may as well kill you, even though I get less armor that way, but that way it's much easier to kill you. I also maybe should have just hit the backliner here so you don't get to heal. Oh well. So be it. Again, unfortunately, I have no attack scaling. Like, yeah. I don't know if I survived this, but I wasn't going to map it out and figure it out. Okay, I barely survived. Oh my god, what a terrible start. I knew it was going to be bad. I mean, fine, I'll take the holdover ritual battle. No. No. I mean, that's as good as it's gonna get, basically. I mean, multi-strike Cold Kalia is not the worst. I don't need it long-term, but at the moment, it will just do some work for me. Yeah, I just wanted minus cost, essentially. Okay, well, here we are. I'm still going to struggle a bit, but we're going to struggle a little less than we would. The problem is I just have no margin of error. Oh, I meant to still use the torch. There's no reason not to use the torch. It was free to play, so. Yeah, we'll kill you. I kind of wanted to just shoot you because I don't want to be losing defense up here. But I can do that. It still works out. Okay, unfortunately, you're going to die. Luckily, I don't have to worry about playing out any of the Vengeful Shards, since they just are always 0 cost, so that's something. Actually, I think it's more important that I do this. Unfortunately, you have multiple damage shields, which is bad. But, unsurprisingly, we have enough offense that it is okay. Your Prince just kind of slaps you down, which is all we need. Okay. We're going to skip on that. I kind of like the spell chain just for the incanting, but I'm gonna skip it. It's a generally undesirable card for me. I kind of want to go here just for the healing, and also because there are some good equipments we can get. On the other hand, going here, we could potentially get, like, Large Stone for her, or Large Stone for him, and Incant Armor, and that's pretty good. And it is Siphon Archeon. I was mostly checking to remind myself if it's Pyre Hunter. Because Pyre Hunter we definitely need to heal for. Alright, we're gonna try it this way. Okay. That's basically as good as it's gonna get, so... You know what, I'll take him, I guess. Yeah, we'll take the Unstable Shard. I'm only losing 1 HP. I could heal to full, but, you know, where's the fun in that? Okay. We're getting rid of one of you. And we should be in pretty good shape now. So, you go there, you get a buddy who is going to die, let's be very clear. But that's fine. I do need to make sure I play that out every turn. Not a big deal though, since essentially it's, you know, it's free. It's free to play. I just have to make sure I don't space out an end turn without doing it. It is worth it to use the torches on my own units because I gain more armor than I lose. And especially doing it on Prince, I'm just shifting the armor to my frontliner off of my backliner. And like, that's pretty solid for me. Alright, we just kind of beat down Archeon. Turns out a bunch of free stats is pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of other things going on. Getting the holdover intrinsic ritual battle was a huge pickup for us. But, yeah. We are in overall pretty solid shape. There are still things we need to fix, but for the most part, we're in great shape now. Does not matter. Reinforce is cute. But I'm pretty confident we're just taking Alloy the Ancients. Nope. Gonna skip on these. I could take a Rail Beater, like, the Calcified Ember barely matters to us with Sinner Salve. But I'm mostly just gearing up to use Prince, so I'm not too worried about that. We're definitely going here. The healing would be appreciated. Doesn't matter. That's not what we care about. Brawler 2. We're gonna do this. Yeah, I mean, I would enjoy some things, but so be it. We'll do that, I guess. Don't care about that. And then, unsurprisingly, we're doing the Ritual Battle. It's partly why we took the Ember, so that we can now have 4 Ember per turn, so we can do that. Because, turns out that's pretty good for us. Turns out that's basically the thing we need in our life. Doesn't really matter to me if my backline dies. That's, or not backline, but our bottom 4, essentially. That's just not a big concern to us. Unfortunately, I can't Minus cost more with my deck. Oh well, that's okay. That's also why we did the holdover on the Fortify. Like, the extra armor is nice, but also it's just a 0-cost spell that I can be guaranteed to play every turn alongside my Ritual Battles. And that is most of what we care about. We're definitely going to try to visit a Merchant of Steel, not Steel, Arms when we can. And we also might try to go for Merchants of Trinkets and just see if we can get things to like buff our Rage and all that. This is also why we were doing the 0 cost on this, so that we can play it. Even when we were devoting all of our energy to the other things. Hello, Edwin. How you doing, friend? Ta-da! And then Ajax easily gets murdered. Barely gets to do anything to us. I mean, I don't hate March of Shields, but we would have to Minus cost it. I'm willing to do that, I guess. Unnamed Tome, I'm willing to take. Turns out Intrinsic is very good on it, especially because it doesn't even take up a slot in our opening hand because of how they changed how Intrinsic works. So, why not? Sleepy but can't fall asleep. Very understandable. Railhammer would be nice, but scaling's more important. Yeah, I mean, if I can see Railhammer, absolutely taking it. But I would also be happy to see other things. Yeah. We're going to take the Swift Seal Dagger. I should have looked at the shop first, but I totally spaced out. Not taking that. Mute Shield doesn't really matter. Fight Club is not bad for us. Well. There we go. Okay, we are in good shape. We'll just get rid of some Spear Stewards and go from there. The minus Ember per turn does hurt, but it's fine. Been playing a new roguelike deck builder. Which one is it? Because I know there have been several that came out recently that I have not checked out because Monster Train. But I do still keep an eye out for them. Clonizer. That one I'm not familiar with, surprisingly. I'm always surprised when I don't know one of the upcoming ones. Yeah, unfortunately I can't play out the second Ritual Battle each turn. Also, having her here does deprive me of some of the Slay triggers, but that's fine. Unfortunately, I can't get the Collector. Hex-based strategy deck builder. Gotcha, gotcha. Name sounds vaguely familiar, actually, but I can't place it. I did sap myself. That's okay. I just want the armor, and I can handle the sap. It's cute, pretty well done. Fair enough. That is the sort of thing that I enjoy. Okay, do I want him to get the reanimate? I think we're okay. Because, like, at this rate, I'm going to have 10 turns of armor for him, basically. And him having more reanimate is just more slay triggers that I can get. Which will power up my Bloodthirsty Blade just a tiny bit. You know, it's not getting to a particularly strong state, but we're getting there. Ta-da! I mean, Tiresome Climb is good. Inferno's kind of cute. It would help me kill the minion faster. But we're just going to take the Tiresome Climb, even if I am going to struggle to cast it currently. Yeah, I will take a Frenzied Swarm. Why not? There's very little downside to taking it. I do want to go here, because I can minus cost more things, particularly if I minus cost from March of Shields and the Tiresome Climb. Those would both be good. But we're going to go here. The healing's not unwelcome, the removals are pretty good, and we can do some things. Can you daze the Titan that's hitting the pyre? Yes, but it's frustrating. Specifically, the Titan that's hitting the pyre is also the one that is generating the Pyre Light, which is the card we can play every turn to help us kill that Titan faster. So if we daze him, yes, it reduces the amount of damage we're taking, but it makes the fight go on twice as long, basically. Which is really annoying. Sap would be the best against the Titan? Yeah, basically. But there's only, like, 2 clans that can sap. There are technically other ways to, like, mitigate it as well, but essentially dazing it just makes the fight take dramatically longer. And if you're not also protecting yourself from Savagery's damage, then you end up taking more damage across the fight from that. It's one of the aspects of the fight that I think is really badly implemented, and would love to see it changed. Hold up, you took the upgrade artifact? What is your question? I'm probably taking Versatile Ember Staff, especially because it doesn't cost me anything to play out the Vengeful Shards. It doesn't matter currently, though, but it will be useful against the Titans. I don't know how much I care about that. I thought you despised the thing. I did not take Capricious Reflection. You are correct. I do despise it with a passion. Instead, I have a Pyre that I randomly rolled into that does the same thing. So, we have it. Not by choice. Also, I will say it is a lot better in Monster Train 2 than Monster Train 1. I still don't like it, though. But it is actually legitimately pretty decent in Monster Train 2. I don't know. I kind of want Versatile Ember Staff. I'm going to skip it, though. Cuddlebeard would also be good if we were actually committing to using Cold Kalia long term. But I don't super care. None of those matter to me. Like, Consume Crown is sort of fine, but realistically, I'm going to have way more attack than that is going to matter. So we're not going to worry about it. Okay, so what is this up to? 44? Okay, see, I was confuzzled, though. Forgot there was a pyre to random into with it. Yeah. There is. Is it possible to get Capricious Reflection in this pyre in the same run? Yes! We're never going to do that, though. But it is possible. That sounds painful. I would agree. There are some people who enjoy it. I am not one of them. This is why it would have been nice to minus cost of March of Shields. Okay. Well, this way, Kale's at least not going to buff this guy. Embrace the chaos. Okay. And we don't have a revenge trigger, so we don't need to worry about him surviving to attack into us or anything like that. Oh, God. Okay. The only way that I don't take damage is if we do that. So I'm willing to do that, even though it means we're not doing it down here, which is a little sad, but it's fine. Ta-da! And after this, Prince will go up to having 5 attacks, which would be a lot more impressive. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have 6 Ember Return, so I can't just, like, dupe the Ritual Battle again. But not too big a problem overall. It doesn't matter that the guy is surviving up top, because he's never going to get to the pyre, since Kale is already dead. I mean, honestly, Ice and Pyre is not the worst thing. I'm just gonna skip, though. Spike the Hellhorn's still bad. So what do I want here? So I go up to 5 Ember Return, which is what I'm gonna do. I don't really need that. How are you increasing multi-strike champion upgrade? Yes, he goes to 5 attacks naturally. Okay. Sure. You cost 0 now, and we'll double stack, I guess, this one. Could also do this, which is also pretty solid. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just do that. It's not gonna solve all my problems, but it solves some of my problems. The biggest concern is just that we're getting to a point where Prince's attack needs to be higher than it is, and I can't play more Rituals of Battle each turn. Also, I meant to get rid of the Titan's Gratitude, totally spaced out. Oh well. So the problem is if I dupe one in the multi-strike, or not the multi-strike, holdover things, then I'm still seeing the same cards every turn since I'll have 5 holdover things, and I only draw 5 cards a turn. And that's sort of okay, but it does start making some of my cards useless. I'm just going to do this. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I still have 4 Ember Return for the 2 ritual battles, which is all we really need. I'm not sure that setting up bottom floor is correct, though. I figured I may as well just dump as many things as I could there as we get bulked up. Okay. I mean, we're in largely good shape. This is what our deck does. We armor up and we buff Prince, and that's what we got. Well, we are going to get a Scourge card, but the rest of our crew can finish up there. Yeah, unfortunately, the reanimate dudes are not ideal, but we'll be okay overall against them. Although, with the Scourge card, I don't see any new cards each turn, which is not great. But we're also about to fight the boss, so it's okay. We're not going to leak anything. And we are going to March of Shields one of you, just so we can get an extra kill here. I would love to have more cards per turn, but it just was not majorly important to me. No. I mean, I kind of want to take it just in case we see Split Anvil. You know what? Fuck it. Just on the off chance we see Split Anvil. Okay, we'll go here. Even though there's some stuff that would be useful there. Okay. Could do that. Don't think that really matters to me. Yeah, fair enough. So, Incant Armor is going on you. So we now get 7 armor per thing. I'm gonna Smidgestone you, I guess. Which also makes it a little sad that I didn't take the extra multi-strike. I don't think we need Kinstone Totem. Does not help. We don't have any rooms. Artificial Pyrestone doesn't matter to us. So we're just not going to worry about it. Like, we have so much deployment Ember because we took Ember upgrades. So fair enough. We're going to get rid of that, even though I just took it. And that's all I can do. That's fine. Whatever. It's alright. Nothing really matters to us. Okay. Alright. Look at us go. You are now muted for 10 turns. That's, you know, fairly similar to the entire battle. And then we're just gonna bulk up on some things, and we're good. Pumping out 700 damage turn 1. Not bad. Oh no, they're getting stronger! Oh, I didn't need to shoot him. Whatever. And then we just daze them all, because why not? Oh, let's do this in... I mean, it's fine. We'll just do it this way. I did that in the wrong order because I didn't get the incant triggers by doing it that way, but it's fine. Also, I don't think I need to kill the silencer anyways. But, I don't know. It's fine. Anyways, we're in good shape. Most of the time, they don't even get to attack into us because Prince just kind of beats them to death since he is quick. And if they do get to attack us, it's really not a meaningful amount of damage. Because we have hundreds of armor. It's a good thing the one in the back doesn't get to attack, because I am not quite killing it. Okay, so we bring you up front. Well, unfortunately, I still don't get most of the incant triggers, but if I used that earlier, I would have had to discard one of my cards, and I didn't want to discard one of my cards, so it is what it is. Anyways, they do 54 damage into our 409 armor. However, shall we handle such a fate? Ta-da! Easy. Okay, and then we fight the Titans. Our deck is pretty straightforward. It's just buff Prince and murder. Like, turns out Brawler is pretty good on offense. Alright, so, you're there, you're there, you're there. That does reasonable damage now. And then, there we go. So, we're just going to mute both of you for 10 turns. Now... I'm gonna do this, even though I don't think it matters. Well, I suspect few things matter to us, so it's a largely irrelevant point. The Pyrelight is part of why we took the second Ember upgrade, so I'd have enough for the 2 ritual battles plus the Pyrelight every turn, since that's pretty important to my needs. But, like, we've largely nullified 2 of the Titans, since he's not getting stronger and is not damaging our Pyre for the entire fight. And Entropy is not adding Curse of Entropy to our deck, so... we're basically just dealing with Dominion. And if it actually mattered, I would daze Dominion 2, but then I wouldn't be getting the Pyrolite every turn, and I would like to be getting the Pyrolite every turn. I could Tiresome Climb you, but I still need to kill Entropy, which I'm not anywhere close to, because I spend all of my time just beating through the waves. This is the problem with this strategy, but eventually we'll get to a point where we're good enough for it. Specifically, once Savagery is weakened, we'll do a ton. Also, I could start buffing the Cold Kalia, and that would also help. I could also just shoot him, but here we are. Okay, we're just gonna kill you. It doesn't really matter. Like, Dominion's already dead, we don't need to keep playing at the Pyrolite. This way we take less damage. I mean, technically he's got some HP left, but he's basically dead. Well, have to wait one more turn, because we're just not quite there yet. It's at 40 HP. Okay, and we'll daze you just so I don't have to take damage for one extra turn. And thus he's dead. They're all dead, I tell you. Yeah, anyways, took 27 damage. Ooh, what a fight. Oh. Well, that was a run. Turns out, Brawler Prince, still pretty good. And thus, we have mastered more cards. We're still a long ways off from mastering all the cards. But eventually we'll get there. We're making progress on the crowns, though still a long way to go there. It would definitely, like, we could make a lot faster progress on the crowns if I just actually went for the ones we haven't done instead of hitting random. But that's okay. We'll make a greater push for that eventually. Same with the card mastery. Anyways, we're just gonna keep doing random unless people have requests. Even if that means I have to play Sentient again. Bogworm's growth is fine. Happy to see the Razor Sharp Edge. Even though its stats probably deserve to go up a little higher in this game. Cold Kalia is fine. Interesting. I don't like Thorn Fruit. Manifold Mirror can be a bit of a double-edged sword, but I think we're probably taking. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a good chance it doesn't end up working very well for us, but we're still gonna take it. We're gonna do Bristling just because we already did Cultivating, even though Cultivating is generally the best, and also just getting the plus card draw is very nice. But we'll take Bristling. Alright, so you go there, and then these go here. Oh, I guess we're doing it that way. I think Mirror is okay in everything but the Mushroom faction. Well, so like if you're trying to utilize, for instance, like Inferno Room, can't use Inferno Room with it. I mean, like, you can. It's just way more dangerous to do so. Overall, I think it's a good artifact. It's just very easy for it to kind of whiff and end up being largely an inconsequential artifact. Okay. Nope, I took the 50-50. Didn't pay off. Like, for instance, like, right now it does nothing for me. And it's very possible that it's going to continue doing nothing for me for the entire fight. So, that's all. Well, none of this matters. Like, I can't do any extra damage with those. Everything is already dying. Regardless, we're in good shape. He's got 19 Frostbite on him. And all we need is that to win. And he's dead. He makes quite an exaggerated death sound. Steel Enhancer is not amazing, but it's what we're going to take, I think. Glimmer is also pretty okay. Glimmer's maybe the right choice here, actually. No, we're going to take the Steel Enhancer. We're definitely taking Offering Token. Doesn't matter that it gives me a calcify number. And I did not see which floor got the extra capacity, but we're going for this. We want Stygian unit. Okay. Not at all what I was expecting, but I'll take it. Okay. Sure. Now, there are some very good options. So like the Steel Enhancer is good. The Offering Token is very good. Razor Sharp also very good. I think we're just gonna do this. Although I badly need to fix my deck now. Okay, well. We have a game plan. Unfortunately, it's this boss, but whatever. We'll see what we can do. Unfortunately, we need to get the Eel Gorgon's HP up tremendously. No, I really wish I could get that. Well, here we are. Really sad that I don't get the Collector. We are not going to use more Razor Sharp Edges on the Eel Gorgon. No, you're not quite dead yet. I didn't do the math, and I thought he was going to die. He currently survived at 1 HP, which is infuriating, but whatever. Alright, like, we're largely in good shape here. Like, he's got a decent amount of Frostbite. He's got a low amount of health. We're okay. Even if the Eel Gorgon dies to the spikes, doesn't matter. Ta-da! There we go. Not bad. Take another Razor Sharp, even though it's maybe not what we want to do, but it is what we're going to do. I do want to go to the Merchant of Arms. Nonetheless, we're going to Merchant of Steel because it's very useful for me. Large Stone being the #1 upgrade that we desired. Yeah, sadly we can't do Incant Armor on the Eel Gorgon, nor can we do the Quick, but we can just give it HP. And I'm willing to just give it HP. And I want to do that just in case we got an event upgrade here. Yeah, I mean, whatever. None of those are what we wanted. Dualism works on the eel, right? Yes-ish. I think it still allows you to apply it. It's been a while since I've checked, but I believe it does. It just doesn't matter, really, because, like, multi-strike is not affected by dualism, and anything else you're applying to the Eel Gorgon dissipates at the end of turn. So, like, yeah, technically there are things you can do. Like, if you give it Everlasting Light, the equipment that gives Valor on strike, like, that would be doubled by dualism, or at least should be doubled. It just doesn't super matter, necessarily. We'll take a Guard of the Unnamed. Yeah, I can't. Come on. Okay, come on. There we go. Okay, so I don't remember how many times he's going to visit top floor and whether we should have one of them in front of the other. That's fine. We'll see it through. We have some healing anyways, so it's not the worst thing. It's just not the worst thing. Alright, well, 300 damage on turn 1. Not bad. I don't really want to sap you, even though I do kind of want to heal you. But it's not bad to do here anyways, with the armor. And the Eel Gorgon was down on some life. Spicy Eel, still spicy. It's a good unit, turns out. And then you got moved back, which is not helpful. Whatever. Restore is still a bad card. It's always going to be a bad card. I mean, there are ways to make it less bad, but it is a bad card. And yes, I get sapped. Like, the sap will dissipate here, and I still get the armor, and I still do some damage to Archaon, even though most of it gets absorbed. Okay, that's enough to get the kill there. Whatever, we'll play that there, who cares? Restore should be 2 healing, 2 regen, or like 1 healing, 2 regen. What I want is I want it to like increase max HP. Because Awoken doesn't have enough things that play around with max HP, which is the thing that would most make their healing better. So that's what I want. Like, it still wouldn't be an amazing card, but having something that, like, makes their healing better would be good. Unfortunately, I didn't really want you to end up in front. Luckily, you're at least healing a little bit, and the sap doesn't matter. Then I can have a really funny Awoken Thorned Hollow. Yeah. Like, it just largely would make a lot of things in the clan a lot better. Or at least a little better. Overall, I just want more things in Awoken to play into max HP increases. Wildwood Tome is cute. It is a way that we can potentially give the Eel Gorgon quick every turn if we remove, consume, and hold over it. We don't need the Cycle of Life. We are almost certainly taking the Deep Offering. We are skipping on these. We are taking draw. We are definitely going here. Yeah, I mean, holdover is real good. We're going to do that on the offering token, even though I kind of want other things as well. So if I re-roll, I have 115. Okay. Unfortunately, what I really want is I want that too. Because that would be real good. I'm getting Bristling too. Doesn't really matter, but we're just doing it to complete the logbook. Yeah, we're just gonna dupe the offering token for now, or the Razor Sharp. I'm just gonna do this. Our deck is largely in very good shape already. Alright, so this one's already up to 7. Ascension still gets ignored by hardcore jank enjoyers. I mean, like, it's a fine champion. It's just also not an amazing champion. Well, don't know anywhere I can play that out. Unfortunately, still didn't get a kill. Whatever. Only the truest jank enjoyers build a run around Spike Ascension. I mean, like, I've done it a lot in Monster Train 1. It's perfectly doable. It's just not that strong for the most part. Like, Spike Ascension is fine. It's just that it's mostly an ignorable champion. Because it has no, like, built-in way to, like, scale. Which is unexciting. We're doing this just in the hopes that I get something to allow me to kill you. Okay. So we're gonna do that. So then instead I can play these here. I was gonna use the Razor Sharps to kill the Collector if I had to. Don't have to. That was not exactly what I wanted to see, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm not building up a ton of armor, but that's sort of okay. Oops. We'll get there eventually. I mean, whatever, who cares? The Eel Gorgon is in good shape, although Kel is a piece of shit. We should still be okay, though, because even though we're going to give ourselves more corruption, we're going to outpace Kel pretty swiftly. I definitely fucked that up, but that's okay. There we go. We're at a perfectly healthy breakpoint where we just murdered Cal. With our machine gun eel. But, there we go. Who needs them? I mean, Ensnare's not bad. I'll take the Ensnare. Unnamed Tome is good. Guardian Stone is not bad, but we're going to take the Unnamed Tome. Would your proposed change for Restore be something like, if the normal Restore plus 2 HP plus Magic Power increase max HP by 1, 2? Yeah. It just, like, I think it's even okay its current, like, 4 healing, but, yeah. Like, just 4 healing, 1 regen, maybe even 2 regen, but I think 1 regen's probably fine. And then increase max HP by like 2, maybe 4. Just something like that. We're gonna go here. Could do the Overgrowth Carapace. That's not terrible. Spell Sanctum is also pretty cute. Sure. I guess I'll do this. There are other things I would like to do, but this is good enough. Yeah, that's fine. There are a lot of things I would like to do, but this is the thing that we've chosen to do. Okay, do I actually care about playing you out right here? I'm not going to. Guard of the Unnamed, just a corruption tank for Eel? No. I mean, yes-ish, except it also largely doesn't matter since he drops the corruption every turn anyways. But yeah, it is sort of that. Probably shouldn't have played those. There we go. Like, yeah, he gets corruption. That's fine. But he does drop it, and he still gets plus 20 every turn. And now all my spells cost less. And that applies to every floor, thanks to Manifold Mirror. Actually should have done that differently, but that's fine. Also, due to the weirdness of Overgrowth Carapace, units cap out at 6 capacity. So, as long as I'm not filling the other capacity here, he just keeps gaining stats. Because he can't go above 6 capacity, and so Overgrowth Carapace still triggers, which is weird, but that is how it works. I do kind of want to play the Guard of the Unnamed, though, but I think just getting the extra stats is better for me at the moment. He grows without growing? Correct. Yeah. It does really feel like it shouldn't work that way, but it does. Well, that's a little annoying that I'm going to take some damage, but fine. I did it to myself. Oh no, I gave myself 32 sap. However shall we deal? As we absolutely just machine gun them to death. It always is concerning with Eel Gorgon, and I know I've said this since Monster Train 1, but it's always concerning that, like, you begin a turn and it looks like you're losing, but you just have to play your spells. Just have to play your spells, and everything becomes fine. Now, I'm hoping that the extra capacity goes to mid-floor still, but it's impossible to tell. Which I really wish you could tell your floor situation. Would be really nice, but very hard to tell. Do I want focus growth? Kind of. I'm willing to take it as a backup. I will take another Deep Offering. I want to go here, but I might go there. Nah, I think I can go here next, and that's good enough. The holdover and the ensnare is not bad. I think that's probably what we're doing. Okay, sure. Really need the last foregone powers in the deck. I mean, overall, we're in just great shape, so I'm not too worried about things. I'll still do this, I guess. I don't know. There may be better choices for what to do. That's fine. If I really wanted to, I could make an infinite. We're not going to make an infinite. I just don't care. I don't like doing it. Well, I guess we're gonna do that still. Alright, so we draw 8 cards next turn. Which is why I should be duping the ensnare. I thought about it and then I didn't, but hey. You are doing a fair bit of damage. I'm willing to let you block for me. Oh, except now I can't play the Spell Sanctum. Well, that's fine. Well, that's annoying. Alright, here we are. Unfortunately, you're not going to be up here on a turn where I know we're going to be getting like the Deep Offering. We are just going to do that. It's weird and annoying that the Ember cost on these like flickers for a moment. Regardless, we're gonna do that. We don't really need to do any of this. I wanted to play out the Calcified Ember though. Well, I should probably play with the Guard of the Unnamed, but I really didn't want to. So you are actually doing exactly 25 damage, so I'll let him die and absorb that. It's a bit greedy, but it should mostly work. My dude is getting fairly low on HP, but all I need to do is heal him once, and everything looks a lot better. God damn you! Well, I did it to myself, and I take the damage. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, we're gonna root you again. I guess we'll take the Spell Chain one instead of the non-Spell Chain one. And we are just killing Kale this turn. We don't need to get too fancy. I was preparing tricks for how to prepare for Relentless. Like, I was going to keep rooting this guy, so then when we got to Relentless, the cherubs would all get eaten by him, and then he would die on bottom floor without getting to ascend. Doesn't matter. We're just going to kill Kale instead. Ta-da! Easy. Okay, so we could take Siren Song, which we're going to. And then, do I want Ember or Draw? I'm just gonna take the Ember, I guess. It just makes my life slightly easier at some times. And I guess we're going here. Okay. This might be unnecessary, but we're doing it just in case, because I don't know how the Bogworms ended up shaking out, but this way it's easier to make sure that I can fit him onto the same floor without impairing my ability to use the Carapace, which is fairly important to me. Okay, then we're going to make our deck just a little better at its job, and we're in good shape. Oh no, it's Rax. I mean, the Scourge cards are annoying, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, it ended up working out anyways. At least if we're playing on mid-floor. But, whatever. That's fine. Well, we'll play the one that costs 0. And we'll leave it like that, I guess. Unfortunately, we don't get any, like, permanent stats. Not permanent stats, but, like, stats that last for the rest of the battle by just incanting on this floor like we would if we had a Siren. But it's fine. It is what it is. I guess it's still important to be incanting here because it builds up the armor on the guard. Okay. Well, you're already dying thanks to the Cold Kalia, so we'll just keep building up beautiful, beautiful power. Siren Song does nothing for us currently. Eventually it's going to be a glorious, beautiful dream. But until that day, it's just going to kind of chill out. I don't need to restore. I don't really need to keep buffing up the Gorgon, but we're going to buff the Gorgon. Why would we not want to buff the Gorgon? We'll do this even though we were discarding the Tome. Excuse me. And thus, we're up to 10 card draw next turn. It would be nice if I were hitting that every turn, which I could do if I refine my deck slightly better. We're getting there. Well, Sentient finally died, but not a big deal. Unfortunately, we can never use the foregone power, basically. I mean, it's fine. That's why we got rid of most of them. Yeah, just for good measure, we'll kill some of you. Honestly, I don't really need to be doing that, and it's probably better if I just save the unnamed tome. Because we could use it on Rax. I mean, there's still a good chance that we draw into it since we're drawing 8 cards a turn, and we have extra draw each turn as well. But, you know. Ended up not happening, but that's fine. Oh. They hurt our guard a little bit. Doesn't matter, he's got 300 some armor. And then they give us a bunch of Scourge cards, like some jerks. But we can handle that with little difficulty. Really not the best incanting turn. That said, not very consequential to our needs whatsoever. Like, yeah, he gets a little bit of damage in, but then we just slap him for, you know, 481 times 8, whatever, however many attacks we had. The Engraft is not bad. I'm not going to worry about it, though. The Preserved Thorns also would have been okay, but not what we needed. I will take a Titan's Tooth, even if it's a little awkward and a little late for that. Frenzied Swarm is also okay, but doesn't really matter at this point. Merchant of Arms is kind of cute in that I could look for something to combo with the Overgrowth Carapace. We're just not going to worry about that. Yeah, I'll take that. Sure. Why not? Okay. I was hoping for, like, holdover. Could still do this. Alright, fine. Let's do that. And I don't know that the permafrost really matters to me. Yeah, not gonna worry about the permafrost. I will remove something though, and it's going to be the Foregone Power. There's a lot of other things that'd be useful to remove. Doesn't matter if this is what we're doing. And we're going to dupe, I guess, the Siren Song just for the sake of it. Who cares? Look at us go. Alright. What a thrilling foe for us to fight. Look at me, truly afraid of this foe. Unfortunately, those are worthless this turn. Not a big deal, though. He will kill the Guard of the Unnamed pretty quick if we leave him be, but not too worried about that. Also, we'll just mute you for a couple turns, because why not? We're gonna root you just for the sake of it. And we get to play that for free, which even heals my Pyre. How exciting. Yeah. I thought about the possibility that I was going to draw into the Spell Sanctum, and knew that that would have been a good reason to not have played out. To got myself down to 3 Ember, essentially. But here we are. It's fine. We'll do it anyways. Okay, that does not matter. I guess we'll do it like this. We don't quite kill him, but we do a lot of damage. But not quite enough. And then Sentient's not quite dead. Just very close. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's do this in the right order so I don't lose out on any cards. Let's root the chunkier enemies. Okay. Nope, don't need that. I should have discarded one of the Deep Offerings, but not really important to our needs. Either way, we're in great shape. I'm just trying to mitigate some problems. Yeah. You give me the Scourge cards, but we can handle that. I was really hoping to hit one of the Deep Offerings again. My deck is just not that thin, unfortunately. But it's okay. I do a lot of damage. It's just not enough damage. But we're getting there. Sure. We'll daze you for 6 turns this time. We'll just root you and you. Doesn't really matter what we draw because we are not discarding all of our Deep Offerings. And then we'll daze him for another 6 turns. Why not? Alright, we're almost there. We'll play out the Titan Soothe just for the extra HP, because why not? And thus he's dead. Did not go as quickly as one would have hoped, but that's fine. It's okay. Ugh. I sort of wanted to make a second Eel Gorgon before now, but I would have had to have a different way to, like, pump up its attack power and yada yada yada. It would have been nice, but it would not have been particularly helpful since it wouldn't have allowed me to use the Overgrowth Carapace unless I had Smidge Stone to them, which I never got the chance to do. Had I would have done that, and that would have been pretty cool. Now, though, I need to make some decisions. Unfortunately, this is capped at 6. I really was hoping it would go to at least 7. But, since it isn't, we're going to just set up the way we have been setting up, and maybe we're going to do some weird things. Okay. So that auto casts for being played out by discarding. That is ephemeral, and so it disappears as soon as we discard it. And we'll do that and hurt you a little bit more, I guess. Doesn't really matter. And here we go. Okay, so we're gonna just mute you, even though I could wait to do that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. And now I have decisions to make. I can't actually root him, so that's a meaningless thing. I really just need to decide if I want to Siren Song you or not, and I kind of want to do that. Alright, we're gonna do it. It's a bit weird, though. Because it will make the fight go a lot longer unless I line things up correctly. Which is possible. It is doable. Whatever. That's fine. We'll just do it this way. It is very nice that Offering Token goes from being a good card in this fight to being sort of a ridiculous card. Oh, I did forget that that's how it works with him. But that's fine. Anyways, we'll just daze you even more. Yada yada yada. You kill some of my dudes, who cares? Ideally, though, I kind of need to be letting some of these guys survive. That is the ideal world. It's not one that I've been letting happen, but it is generally what I should be doing. But, regardless, we're in fine shape. We're killing Savagery. Entropy is going to die terrible fate next. I don't need one of you. I guess I will do that. Okay. And yes, I could be ensnaring enemies down there. Not important. Oh. Actually, I could do something stupid. And I'm not going to do it right now, but... I guess I'll show you guys something that definitely needs to get patched out if you haven't seen it yet. I just totally spaced out that it's an option. Oh, because if you guys got healed by this fucker, well, that's annoying. Fine. I mean, realistically, I should just be doing no incanting this turn. But we're gonna do it anyways. Because we can. Alright, so. We're gonna incant these just because I like doing so, not because it actually matters. God, they have so much attack because of everything that I did. Alright, well, hey look, they're dead. Because apparently, as is currently coded, you can use Razor Sharp Edge to drop them down. As long as one of them is at 1 HP, it counts as killing them because it's not blocked by their Fate Link. And as soon as one of them dies, they all die. So, that's the thing you can do currently. 100% deserves to get patched out. I'm sure it will get patched out soon, but it has not been patched out. Like, very much unintended interaction, but... And we could have done that a lot earlier had I remembered about it, but... Not that I want to do that in most runs, because it's super cheesy and obviously unintended, but I also don't think the Titan fight is particularly engaging anyways. Especially when you're dazing Dominion. What I was trying to do, although... So, why I wanted to be able to set up my Eel Gorgon on top floor, which we would have been able to do if we had gotten one more capacity increase on top floor, so then we could use the Overgrowth Carapace repeatedly. And, like, I could have still done it even without this, but I did want the ongoing stat increases. Anyways, what I was trying to do was to daze Dominion, and then using the Siren Song, you can ascend other units into the Pyre room. They're dazed, so they're not going to attack, and so then the Pyre will be hitting both Dominion and those units repeatedly until they die, and so that is a way that you can speed up the fight. Siren Song is just kind of busted during the Titan fight, because you can use it to, like, super daze Savagery, you can use it to daze Dominion for several turns, and like I said, you can also then speed up the fight by killing Dominion faster by sending enemies to his room, as long as you're picking enemies that are weak enough that they're going to die within, 6 turns of days, as long as you have double stack on this. Or you can cast multiple Siren Songs in the same turn, also works. Anyways, it is a card that definitely deserves to get rebalanced in light of the Titan fight. Like, if the Titan fight is going to stay how it is, that card should not be able to do what it can do. Regardless, here we are. A cheesy strat for cheesy fight. Fair enough. We've been seeing a lot of Umbra, and not a lot of the Monster Train 2 clans. Alright, so we have Hulking Mass, we have Penumbra, not Penumbra, Primordium. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. Perils and Forevermore Serum are not a bad start. I don't really care about Wing Technology here. Part Factory is okay. I'll take it. It's not tons what I want. And we're definitely going to take Superfood here, because we're, at the very least, going to be dumping a Reanimate into him so that he can just put a whole bunch of Reanimate onto the Hulking Mass. That is not the one I was hoping for, but honestly not bad with Superfood either. Yeah, I mean, whatever, we do this. I take the damage, but we want to take the damage with Furious Greed anyways. And this is why we got the blue potion, so we can do that and would not have to rely on a Blink, Vampire's Tooth, and more Reanimate. And so you're giving extra stats and lifesteal and Reanimate, which is not bad. Whatever, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately we do take damage here. But we take slightly less damage now. But it is what it is. Not a big deal. Like, we have got the HP to burn, and it just becomes gold for us. Yeah, this is fine. Because now we get the kill here. And then we're definitely killing the boss, like, no problem. Because, yeah, we have some armor. We have 7 reanimate. With these amount of attack. He's got nothing on us. And every time we reanimate, we get a bunch of armor. So, it's okay. Prismal Dust is not bad. Probably just taking the barrels. What I really want is, like, Faulty Body, though. Who's gonna take the Prismal Dust, I guess? Scrap for parts is interesting. Do I really want to do it? Kind of. I'm gonna take it, though we might end up not using it. But it's an interesting play. Okay. I mean, Plague Doctor's pretty okay here. Well, we're gonna do this, I guess. So there are a lot of other things I would like to do. We're gonna skip that for now. Okay. Alright, this is gonna look a little weird. We're not playing out Primordium. I shouldn't have done that the way that I did, but that's okay. No, not the one I was hoping to get. Oh well, that's fine. The greed, it got to me. Regardless, Spiky Skin does give us Revenge, gain Spikes 3, which is pretty good. I should have just played out the Calcified Ember. I also should have just played out Primordium, but it's okay. It's not the worst thing I could have done. Especially since I can now do this. Whatever, let's play that out. Alright. I was hoping to get Primordium off of the scrap for parts, but we all knew that was unlikely to happen. Either way, it's fine. We just dump a bunch of power into him now. Although we are taking a non-trivial amount of pyre damage here. But whatever. We're just a little too late in getting set up. So, whatever. Goodbye, my health. That said, we do a lot of work. Like, it doesn't matter. We play out a morsel, he dies, so be it. We at least easily beat the boss. Without question. And I'll still take the damage because, I don't know, I like gold. I like gold more than I like health. And then, no contest. There we go. And again, if he actually did make me reanimate every time, I would get 40 armor or whatever it is. Yeah, 40 armor. And I had 13 reanimate. No way he's killing me. I don't think I need another Prismal Dust. Kind of want the explosive reaction. I'm gonna skip. The pseudoscience also would be pretty decent, but a little unreliable. Now, what do I want? I might just do Merchant of Magic for a number of reasons. Yeah, I think that is what I'm doing. There are some sort of nice things I can do at the Merchant of Arms, but we're doing this instead. Reforming Ooze? I could live the dream. I don't think we're going to, but it is very cool. I mean, it's basically just Bounty Stalker. Which is a little weird that there's two units that are essentially the same unit. But, like, obviously they have a few minor differences. Nonetheless, here we are. It is still weird that they're essentially the same. I do very much like the visual design of Reforming Ooze, and it is a good unit. But I think I'm going to do something different. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I did consider that this might be what we got, and I kind of wish that I had done things differently. I'm just gonna dupe this once and not 5 times. Because I can't really handle having that much holdover and still do the other things I want to do. Okay, so we're going to take the greedy play here. And we're going to do that. And we're going to see what we can do. Okay, so. Alright, we're going to greed. Nope, not the one I wanted to get. I had hopes, I had dreams, it's fine. It is what it is. I mean, the red is okay. What I really want now is green so we can start trying to build up some defense. Regardless, the Plague Doctor is a cool unit. I kind of glossed over the whole thing because we have seen her before, even if I haven't used her a ton. But she applies unstable equal to the damage dealt on strike. So, you know, if we just pump her attack up nice and high, she'll kind of just murder things for us, coincidentally. Since unstable, you know, explodes and murders things. Reanimate is good. I was really hoping that would hit the right thing. I don't really want to play you up on top floor. Yep. Alright, so we're going to play you up front. Unfortunately, you are going to sap me a bunch. Oh well. So be it. We're going to take a little bit of pyro damage. God, and I gave off all the sap. Yeah. Yeah, that was not the best plan. I mean, it's fine. I really wanted all the defense, mainly. Just that at this rate, I'm giving off more garbage than I am attack. But it's fine. I'll take some more damage. It's just gold. That's what we'll keep telling ourselves. I mean, we have stopped the bleeding now. I can easily play that out. Whatever. Enjoy. Who cares? Yeah. Yeah. I really should have just not bothered trying to do the perils on Primordium. Because I partly forgot that this doubles up the sap on the champion, so we gained more sap than we gained rage, which was not helpful. But, again, overall, not a big deal. Like, we took some damage. Who cares? We'll make do. We've got 24 damage shields, 8 reanimate. I think we'll be okay. Especially because she effectively does double damage since she deals a bunch of damage and does the same amount in unstable. Umbra Stone is cool. Combustion Suit is interesting. I don't really need the Umbra Stone, I don't think, but I might still want it. Yeah, fuck it. We'll take it. Though the Combustion Suit also would have been good. Makeshift Golem is a maybe. Hook Hand, or Meat Hook, excuse me. I mean, Test Subject Alpha would also be good. We're going to keep the Plague Doctor just because it's been a while since they've used the Plague Doctor. Though Test Subject Alpha is very good. Do I care about Meat Hook? I kind of care about Meat Hook. I may as well use Meat Hook, I guess. And we're going to do draw, even though that might mess with my plans a little. Okay, we are definitely going here for a variety of reasons. None of these matter. Yeah, that's maybe what we want to do. Like, the thing is, what I really want is I want... Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. What I really want is multi-strike. Yeah, dualism is also okay. Because we can do that, which I like. I'm okay with just giving you damage shields to start. I also really would like to remove units from my deck. Because I'm going to keep trying to do the Primordium shenanigans. I basically need to do that. And I haven't done so yet. Alright, we're not going to fuck around. We're just going to play things out normally for the moment. Who cares about our giant steward? I mean, we'll put him down. It just doesn't really matter. And then we'll do that, so you can have trample now. And you can start inheriting a bit of extra attack power. Oops. You get dazed. Well, it's way more defense than we need. No, give me that sweet, sweet collector. Sadly, there's no way we're getting it. I don't actually need to be giving the rage to you. There's not actually any benefit of doing it there instead of giving it to the Plague Doctor directly at this point, because Primordium just does not survive long enough to matter. Oh well. Here we are. We are in good shape since we have 41 damage shields, a moderate amount of regen. Also, we'll just kill all those guys. And whatever, you can die there, who cares? Like, yeah, they're gonna do a fair bit of damage, but we're still gonna have more than enough damage shields to handle it. And eventually, we will be better at utilizing what we're trying to do. Yeah. And this is why we did the remove consume on the Prismal Dust. I mean, not that it like super matters right now, but it's another 11 damage shields. And our one attack does cleave through them thanks to the trample, but even if it didn't, then they would explode at end of turn with the unstable, which would just essentially double our damage. Well, we tried. Alright, up to 53 damage shields. And Ajax got nothing on us. And we just kind of explode him with a lot of unstable. Kindle doesn't matter. We'll take the Void Binding. Puffer Flesh is cute. Doesn't matter. Do we care about a Replicator Ray? Kind of. Yeah. It doesn't tons matter, though. Well, I'll still take it. Doesn't matter what was in there. We were definitely taking Multi-Strike. Okay. I'm pretty okay with just giving you 6 damage shields. And let's get rid of you. And you. And you. And dupe. I guess the Perils? I should probably do one of the defensive options instead, but this is okay. This is okay. Okay. Well, that's cute. Alright, let's try. Aha! For once, we actually got to draw Primordium. And we're going to give him Multi-Strike from that, which means he gets to pass on Multi-Strike to our dude as well, which is, you know, pretty cute. Why not? Oh, fuck me, I did forget about the haste. Well, not the worst, but it's definitely not the best either. Very much not what I had meant to do. I could do the Replicator Ray, but passing on Multi-Strike is just better than having 2 Primordiums right now. Again, I don't actually need to be buffing that. It's just habit at this point. Yes, blue is what we wanted. So we can do that. Alright, so we have some damage shields and a lot of multi-strike. And we're doing okay. Okay. Probably don't need 3 holdover perils, but we got them. And thus, we're gonna use them. I mean, overall, we're in very good shape. Oh no, he's got 14 reanimate. How will we ever compete? Alright, with our 450 times 5 and applying unstable each time. We somehow made it work. Alright, look at us go. Don't need another one, don't need those. The Prism Retrieval is cute. It's a very similar idea to us trying to do the scrap for parts on turn 1. But we don't need a second one, so... that's nice. The Mixology is not bad, but it's not what we need. I'll take a Spike in the League, just because it's another backup defensive option. Which, you know, isn't totally what we need, but... it's a thing nonetheless. I should probably Merchant of Magic for Intrinsic. Okay. So, I mean, I guess I do have damage shields on turn 1, so it is a little less of a concern. Nonetheless, we're going to do this, I guess, and just double stack that. Also forgot that I had the removals here. That's fine. We'll get rid of you, and we'll get rid of that. And we're in pretty good shape overall. The spikes are a little annoying. Not a big deal for us, though. Okay, so you're going to go there. We'll contend with the spikes to some degree. It's fine. We can handle that. Oops, yeah, it's whatever. I don't think we'd restart it up until then, so it feels a little bad to do that, but it's not a big deal. I just totally spaced that I needed to not play Primordium. That's the whole point of this. Like, there's always a chance that we draw on turn 1, which will suck, but not a big deal. But, like, that's the entire point of the game plan, is draw him, play him, enjoy him. And we'll just take the damage so I can do that. Whatever. Oh, and I forgot to Daze Gale. Whoops. Again, not a big deal in the grand scheme of things, even if it does feel silly that I just neglected to do it. Alright, and now we have 2 Primordiums, who both have a decent amount of rage and a lot of reanimate and some damage shields. I think we'll be okay. Like, yeah, they don't stick around for very long, but it's still good. And this time we're going to remember to do this. Alright, well. Sadly, we didn't get extra multi-strike this time, but it's not a big deal. Especially since we are just exploding Kale this turn as we apply a whole lot of unstable with our strikes, which is pretty good. Yeah, I'll take a Furnace Tap. Electricity Chamber I really would have appreciated a long time ago, because I would have built a Spikes deck with the Hulking, Monstrosity, and Primordium and all that jazz. But we're not doing that, so we're just taking the Furnace Tap. We'll take more draw because that's just what we want. I guess we're going here. Yeah. Stalwart Snack is what we want. Although I kind of want to go Superfood 3 just so that we can see... Because, like, I need to get it into the logbook at some point. But we'll do Stalwart Snack anyways. Hall of Mirrors is interesting, but largely unnecessary. Because, again, it only matters if I'm actually buffing up the Primordiums in some way. Otherwise, they're just largely inconsequential. Also, I use up all of my deployment Ember already, essentially. So we're not going to worry about that. Could take the meat shield. It doesn't really matter, though. Okay. We will just dupe the Fern's Tap, even if we haven't upgraded it yet. It's still just plenty good for us as is. The Amalgam's not great. Yeah, like, I am gonna take some damage at this rate. Unless I can get this. Because if I can root him... No, fuck! Yeah, I just really wanted to root him. But I didn't. Because that was my only great option. Oh, I did forget that I was supposed to equip the spiky skin onto Primordium. Yeah, that was a mistake. How dare you? Well, oh, I could have just taken the damage there. It's not a big deal. We're taking plenty of damage from these guys already. Yeah, my disappointment is palpable. Yeah, there's no way that's gonna work. We can do that, I guess. Alright, well, we're going to take a bit of damage, and by a bit, I mean a lot of damage, because I played this a bit wrong. Alright, that's fine. If only I'd been able to root him, it would have been great. Also, I do need to protect you some, but... whatever. We're okay. Yeah, I mean, you've got tons of reanimate, so I probably should have given this to you. Doesn't matter, like, we're not in danger at this point. We have a bunch of attacks. We do a bunch of damage. We'll be just fine. And I'll just take the damage. Who cares? Who cares? It's delicious, delicious gold. That's all we want in our life. And yes, they're gaining spikes. Not a concern. Not when we do this much damage, and we have 42 reanimate and 29 damage shields. And again, we apply unstable on hit, and we have trample, and we do, you know, 700 damage times 5. Did take 46 damage, though, which was real bad. I don't need the surgical strike, even though it's okay. Oh, it's a good card, it just don't need it here. Yeah, we'll be okay. Now, do I care about Merchant of Arms? Kind of. Pretty sure I care more about just doing this, though. Sure. We might want Lightstone Casing, though I don't have a ton of gold. Sure. Let's greed and do that. And then we barely have enough to do this. Is that necessary? No, not in the slightest, but it is what we're doing. And then we're gonna dupe it. Because why not? Okay, look at us go. So. You go top floor so you can daze the boss. You go there, there. We don't play Primordium. And we remember to equip this. Oh, yeah, I was worried that that was going to work that way. That's fine. We just need to play anything on something. Okay, whatever. We'll waste that on you. And then we can do that. Give that to you. And then we give you less defense than we could have, but still a quite decent level of defense. And then you have 7 attacks immediately. How exciting. Not what I wanted. Sure. And then we're gonna get a second Primordium. Okay, so they do burn through damage shields a little bit, but that's okay. We wipe the whole wave. And then the Primordiums attack, and then we are at 17 attacks. Unfortunately, you do limit my power a little bit, but not in a truly meaningful way. None of this matters. Still doesn't matter. Whatever. Here we go! And then we made them a lot stronger, but it doesn't matter because we just have a bunch of damage shields and reanimate. And now we're up to 27 attacks. Somehow we'll manage. Not to mention, again, that we do unstable on hit as well. So if that didn't kill him, he had like 5,000 unstable on him as well. There we go. How exciting. Unfortunately, unstable doesn't work well against the Titans. But we have enough raw damage that it's a moot point. We're just gonna have to slowly wait for Dominion to die is the only thing. I don't know, seems kind of strong. Well, you'll see what I mean, is that well, you actually probably won't see what I mean in this fight. But specifically, yeah, I guess we'll just set up bottom floor with you. Oh, I actually can put you on the same floor, can't I? Because I, for some reason, kept thinking that I don't have enough capacity for that. Okay. Yeah, this works. I keep thinking that I'm not going to have enough time because I need to scale up a bit before the waves come, but the waves don't come until turn 2. So, this is fine. Because we just need to withstand savagery on turn 1. Anyways, what I was trying to say is the Unstable doesn't proc on the Titans even when it surpasses their current HP. It only procs when they're all at 1 HP, which is a weird, dumb interaction, but that is how it works. Unfortunately, we are not going to be as strong this turn, because I don't have the ability to play out all of my stuff. But we're still going to be pretty powerful, just not as powerful. But, again, I have enough raw damage that it's not going to matter a whole ton that they're not dying via the Unstable. Like, that's not our great concern one way or another. The only... like, we're just going to have to wait for Dominion, basically. Because, like, Entropy is basically already dead. We're just going to get stronger and stronger every turn. We're even mitigating the damage from Savagery. What we want is purple potions. Then we can sap and melee weakness Dominion and speed things up. But yeah, so like even with 3000 Unstable, it doesn't proc. It only activates, like, I would expect this to proc every turn, even if it's not actually killing Entropy. That's what I would expect it to do. It is not what it does, though. But so be it. God, just give me the one that I want. There we go. But I need a lot more. Realistically, I should just stop playing out the perils so I can have a better shot at doing the infusions. Since I'm devoting so much of my card draw to the perils each turn. But it feels so wrong not to do that. Alright, whatever. Fuck it. Okay, fine. I'll let one of them go unplayed. And then we just have to sit here while we attack, you know, 30 times. Ta-da! Okay. Well, let's speed things up a little bit. We're still taking damage from Savagery every other turn, basically. Well, not every other turn, but... And then we just wait for the 40 attacks to go through. It's also weird that you can't apply more Unstable once they're already down to 1. Like, it sort of makes sense because you're not actually doing any damage, because that's just how Fate Link works. But, still strange to me. Alright. We can kill them next turn. Just one more round of 40 useless attacks. And just for good measure, we'll bring that up to 43 useless attacks. I don't actually need to be playing any of these, but it still makes me feel better to play them. As we would now be doing 43,000 damage plus unstable. But it doesn't matter either. There we go. That was a run. Turns out Primordium is good, particularly Superfood. Also, Plague Doctor is a solid unit, even though realistically, once we're getting the multi-strike, doesn't matter at that point. Like, we could have used any unit. Like, Test Subject Alpha also would have been a fabulous choice for that run. Oh, hey, we're level 10 and we unlock Shadow Siege, who is better in this game. Still wish that he was a little more interesting. Specifically, if they want to give some... Like, if they want to give Trample to some just big block of stat unit, as they've currently done with Demon Fiend, they should just not do that with Demon Fiend, and they should give it to Shadow Siege. Like, if any unit deserves to be just the big block of stats with Trample, it should be Shadow Siege. Like, mind you, I would love for them to just totally rework Shadow Siege so it's an actual, like, meaningful, interesting build-around unit, like basically every other rare is. But if they're not going to do that, this should be the unit with Trample, not Demon Fiend. Costs are too high. Yeah, kind of. With the existence of Smidgestone, the capacity becomes much less an issue. Also, with the boss upgrade giving 2 capacity instead of 1, that also makes that less of an issue. Yes, the deployment cost is high, but with deployment phase giving you extra Ember, that also mitigates that. And also, it's just way more common and reasonable to be taking extra Ember in Monster Train 2. There's a lot of things that make it better, even if it's still not an exciting unit to me. But it is better than Monster Train 1. Well, we're making progress. All right. Well, we're going to do 1, maybe 2 more. Probably just 1, since my throat is still a little bit fucked up. Oh boy, we finally have some Monster Train 2 clans. And Herzl's Horde, which I like. Yeah. This is an okay start. Shift triggers an additional time, 100%. I was already about to say that this is a good start for Unchained Fel. It's a great start for Unchained Fel. 2 high cost, 2 big capacity. Enchantment shouldn't be a mandatory. Demon Fiend at least playable from the start now, unlike in Monster Train 1. Shadow Siege is potentially unplayable until you beat 2 bosses. Yeah, kind of. And I sort of agree that... Like, I largely agree that upgrades shouldn't be mandatory. But again, it's not totally mandatory for playing Shadow Siege in this game. Yes, you still need to get the upgrade so that you can play it out, unless you have something that's giving you extra Ember like Herzl's Horde, but it's not that hard to play it. Like, there are a variety of things, particularly when factoring in Pyre Hearts, that make it more playable. And especially if they give rooms and equipment to the Monster Train 1 clans, which I expect they probably will do, there's likely going to be more stuff in there to make it more playable. Like having more rooms that give extra capacity, or have extra Ember, or things like that in Umbra, I would expect. Okay, well, this is not exactly what I wanted, but we get the shift. We are killing all of those. You can also just summon it with stuff like artifacts or summon abilities. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I do want Fel to end up in front, but we're going to do this nonetheless because I just want maximal shifting. Okay, now we get the kill. I take a little bit of damage. That's fine. The whole big point is that we're building up Fel's power. As is our major goal and plan. Whatever. We'll just play that out instead. Thus, we continue stacking. Alright. And thus, we very easily beat the boss to death. We don't need another Wind Blade. We don't want Penitent's Bloodsuit. Upbeat Warbler is okay. There's certainly a role for it, but I think we're not gonna worry. I feel like it's been forever since I played Banished. It probably hasn't, but it just feels like it's been a while. Regardless, we're already up to 32 Valor at the beginning, which is not bad. I could take Gooey Flask, which is okay. It's a good card, and it does help against the Titans, but... Does this Fel start with any Valor? I believe no. Let's double check just to make sure I'm not lying to you. Unchained. Nope. Starts with On. So we gain 32 permanent Valor in that first battle. I mean, we're going to go here, probably. I would like to go for the Merchant of Magic as well. Because there's a lot of, like, nice things you could do for the shifting potential, but picking up a Banished unit is good. Refining my units is good. Because Fel is not going to win me the run on her own. She'll get to 3 attacks, but that's not enough. Like, yeah, there are other ways to mitigate the problem, too, but... Sure. That's fine by me. Unfortunately, I also wanted, like, Smidgestone. Excuse me. Multi-Strike would also be very appealing. It's not worth me re-rolling, because the only things I super care about I wouldn't be able to get. Quick is not bad, as it does mitigate our defensive needs a fair amount. Oh, God. I might just be a little bit sick. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Anyways, I don't know. I kind of want the quick. I'm not convinced it's what I need, though. If I'd already seen something like Rising Rage, I'd be way more inclined to take this. I think we're just gonna skip it and look for other defense. I could do this. I don't think I need to. I think we just save our gold. Oh, we are going to remove some Spore Touches if we're not using up all that gold. Just so we are more liable to be better at shifting. Mind's Ember per turn is annoying. Whatever. It's the price we pay. So, I know we just upgraded the Fledgling. Nonetheless, we're not putting him there. Also, I forgot that we have Urzel's Horde for all the extra deployment Ember. Okay, so you get that. We still put these together so that we can get some extra shifts out of the Crusader. Because, like, the Fledgling is the better unit, for sure. But, I also want to shift as much as possible. Okay. And I don't get the extra armor because the fun guy ends up at the front of the floor when we kill that guy. Doesn't really matter. Alright. Fun guy takes a bit of a beating. Who cares? I'm sorry, Pyre. Sometimes you just gotta take some damage so that I can get more shifts. And thus, delicious victory is acquired. "100% we're taking Rising Rage. It's a great card. Loamcoat is not bad. Glow Up is also good. Particularly if we're ever putting on, like, damage shields, it becomes pretty solid. Thanks for the follow, by the way. But Loamcoat is good, and I could easily make it deployable and still be able to play it with Urzel's Horde, which is pretty nice. I think we're skipping it nonetheless, though. I think I'm skipping the Glow Up, even though that I kind of want to take. Right. So, Merchant Magic is decent. It lets me minus cost things, and more importantly, it lets me look for, like, Intrinsic and Spell Chain on the Rising Rage. I kind of just want to go here, though, and I think I'm just going to go here. Imprisoned Zephyr is interesting. You're welcome. Does the Rage generation propagate with a Loamcoat? Depends on exactly what you mean. Yes, if they have any Rage on them, it will be increased by Loamcoat. Like, Loamcoat specifically is just at end of turn. Let me just pull up the card. So, at end of turn, whatever buffs they have on them will increase by 2. So if they have Rage 1 on them, it'll go to Rage 3. If they have Damage Shield 1 on them, it'll go to Damage Shield 3. If you're talking about the Fledgling, Demonic Fledgling, it does not change the rate at which he generates things. But at the end of turn, it would increase the Rage and the Valor that he has on him. But it would not change it so that he's getting, like, Rage 4 on Shift and Valor 2 or 3, whatever, on Strike. The Loamcoat is purely an end-of-turn thing, doesn't change the rate of accrual. Do I want Imprisoned Zephyr? Kind of, though it's really fucking wonky. But it would accelerate the amount God it thinks. Like, it would increase at end of turn, does not change the rate of accrual, though. But, yes, at end of turn, whatever buffs they're on them increases by 2. Overgrowth Carapace, worthless for us here. Imprisoned Zephyr, I think I'm obligated to take, even though it's going to lead to an awkward world. We're gonna do that. Bloodsoaked Arena's fine. We're gonna do this. I really do want to combine them, and I feel like I probably should have combined them, but that's okay. Also, I totally meant to do that second. Okay. Well then. Sure. Seems reasonable. I mean, like, it's not perfect because they didn't have a second upgrade and I need way better ascending and all that. Whatever, it's fine. It's a bit of a mess. But it's largely okay. Alright, so. Yeah, and I knew this was going to happen, where the thing that I just gave deployable to, I don't actually draw... Oops, put the wrong thing there. I don't actually draw it because my hand is full during deployment because I have too many units. Because I made a somewhat questionable decision. But you're not on top floor. God, fuck me. Let's try this again, where I don't mess up my placement. There we go. Okay. Alright, I still can't play out the majority of my units, but fine. Who else wants floor numbers? I don't want floor numbers, and also, like, if I really cared, I would use the, terrain customization to just change the background of each floor to be different. I do think that is one... I do think it was a little clearer in Monster Train 1 when it was a little more zoomed out so you could see more floors at the same time more easily. But, whatever. Yeah, I'll just do that. Well, not ideal. Fine. Good enough. I'm not really a fan of Zephyr. Can't find it any good use outside of using with girls that give armor and shift. You just constantly screw your formation. It's very bad if some of your units have quick and others don't. Using anything way too much on math when making unit positioning. It is a very awkward room. Wholly agree in that regard. Nonetheless, it can be very good. And in this instant, when I just want to do as much shifting as possible, it's going to do me some work. Although, unfortunately, we don't have it until the end of the battle, which is a shame. But yes, it is quite awkward. Wholly agree. Like, we're not getting tons of value out of it, but... Oh no! My poor fun guy. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. We're definitely not nearly as efficient on the shifting as I could have been, but we're still doing a good job. Yeah, let's look at all that shifting. Such permanent valor. Anyways, we are relatively pretty strong. Wings Radiance is pretty good. We're already up to 124 valor. I just need to sort out the rest of my nonsense. I do like Tome of Evergrowth. Wings Radiance is pretty good. I think I'm going to take it even though I kind of get annoyed using it. We're going to skip on these. And then we're going to make decisions. Kind of just want to take Capacity, because it does make my life easier at the moment. Lets me play out more of my giant horde of fledglings, and I think that's what we want to do. Is it perfect? No. Is it good enough? Yes. Okay. And then we do want to remove some things. I did not leave myself enough space to remove things, but so be it. Let's dupe a Rising Rage. I really need to thin out my deck. I haven't done so. That's fine. Here we are. I didn't even really need to give multi-strike to my dude. I'm going to be plenty strong without it, but okay. So. Alright. We are in a much better shape now. And there we go. And now Fel gets 146 armor. I was just going to make the room deployable. Yeah, ideally. Realistically, I'm not that broken up about the room if I don't get to use it repeatedly. But it would make my life better, yes. Okay. Okay, so we can do that because we advance whether or not we have any Ember to use on it. It just determines how much multi or melee weakness goes in. So we get the Collector this way. And that's all we strongly cared about. Yeah, none of this really matters. Okay. We're going to pull you up front just so we can do one more shift. You do take a bit of beating, and you get a bunch of corruption. I'm not too worried about that. There's no way I'm losing this fight. Like, some of my dudes may die. Who cares? Whatever. Did I put that guy up front? No. Did I? It doesn't matter. Like, unfortunately, my dudes are largely just dying to the corruption. But that's okay. I'm confident that 500 damage a turn Fel can handle it. There we go. Ta-da! Again, I have weakened my shifting a little bit, but in exchange, I also have 1,001 dudes who do a lot of damage. We're definitely taking Tome of the Lost Path. We're skipping those. We are very much going here and looking for Intrinsic. Yes. Okay. I mean, I don't hate Holdover. Just have to decide what I want it on. Like, Wings Radiance is probably the right choice, because I can use it to speed up boss fights pretty substantially. Fuck it. We'll do that. We do not need Blood-Soaked Arena, though it's decent. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't think it gives as much value as it pretends to. We're definitely doing this. And I cannot remove more things from the deck. That's fine. Whatever. My deck is a bit of a mess, but it is a strong mess. Oh no, it's Quoto. However shall we deal with Quoto? Okay. So... you get your Windblade. And we play those out, and we're good. So. You get to fly there. You get to fly there. You get to go there. And then Fel ends up in front, and we're good. A strong mess. I've dated a few women like that. I have definitely been in some messy relationships myself, as is pretty natural. Alright, we're just going to put Fel up in front, because she's the only one who survives. I do wish that my team had Quick, kind of. But it does get pretty messy with Zephyr Room. Alright, so you can have Everlasting Light. Yeah, you're gonna die. That's fine. I don't have good defense, sadly. Like, I can protect Fel once she gets her Valor up, but it's just not great overall. Oh, I should have done that slightly differently. Oh, yeah, we're gonna fix this because I can do a number of things slightly better. Yeah, the multi-strike is a little bit of a problem, but not a big bit of a problem. Okay, well, I have to have Fel up front. Although that does mean that the Zephyr Room is basically doing nothing for us, because Fel just cleaves through all the enemies first, as she does. And Fel ends up back in front. Yeah, she takes a little bit of damage, who cares? It's not that bad because one of the other dudes gets the Valor instead, or the armor, I should say, which turns out is pretty useful. Okay. Yes. Oh, Quoto. Oh, how I know you want to be a meaningful boss. And that's just never gonna happen. Though there are some people who really complain about Quoto, which always seems a little crazy to me. But it is what it is. Let's not give melee weakness to our dude. Because Quoto, just like the whatever his face in Monster Train 1. I even forget his name, despite how many times I've mocked him. He doesn't, like, require anything special from your deck. He just requires that your deck is building damage. And every deck needs to build damage. That's really all that he's asking for. He doesn't even, like, require you to be building damage in any particular way. But here we are. Maybe quick on one of the minions would be nice with the room now. I mean, possibly. It would get a little awkward, but it could work out nicely. I mean, by the end of the run, we're probably just going to stop using it. It does make me a lot stronger, and if I can get one of the, like, better defensive cards, like Sanctuary or Benediction, to just give damage shields to the whole floor, that will be good. Another Everlasting Light is cute. Don't think we're going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about those. Yeah, I think I'm going to go here. Unless there's something I want to dupe. I actually probably want the dupe. Yeah, I just want the dupe. That's fine. Also, this is not bad. Do I actually want quick on any of these guys? I think no. I think it could do okay work for me, but it's also liable to create issues. Okay, and then we're going to dupe the Tome of the Lost Path. It's a shame that it doesn't have Spell Chain on it, but whatever. These things happen. I will get rid of you. Although I don't think I actually need to now, but still useful. Okay. Gotta kill Kel. I think we'll manage. Okay, there you go. There's your buddy, who I don't really care about, other than that you're a free shift occasionally. Oh, there's the one that is only one capacity. Okay. Alright, you only do 22 damage, so Fel can survive being in front. Whatever, we'll just play that. And Kale loses good chunk of health on turn 1. Oh no, they have damage shields. How will I manage such a fate? Okay, well you can have a Windblade, I guess. Actually, I don't want to give you the Windblade. I just want to do more shifting. Good enough. We're still doing 900 damage to Kale. Also, I accidentally hit the wrong dude to move them up front. Doesn't matter. Not a big deal. Look at all that beautiful shifting. If I had the Rising Rage, I could just kill Kale this turn, but so be it. And then we'll move Fel up front so she can block. And then we can shift on the attack. How exciting. Alright, I mean, we can definitely kill Kale this turn if we want to. Very definitely. Yeah, like, I could have killed. I chose to get the extra power. But all we had to do was give melee weakness to Kale, and we would have done it, because it would have doubled that 400 damage attack, or more if I had wanted. But I chose to greed instead. Because what is life without a little bit of unwarranted greed? I mean, it does slow down the fight by several turns. Not that many turns, but it still gives us enough that we can shift Fel more. Because Fel's the only one who really matters in the shifting here. Oh, I should technically give somebody that. And there we go. And Kale's down. Yeah, we generate a lot of power on the shifting. Turns out shift units are good. Hello, Ashiaka. Welcome back. How you doing? We're not taking the Hymnist. We're not taking any of these. I think we're just taking draw. Maybe I want the Ember. Kind of want the Ember. I don't think the Ember really matters, though. Not unless I hit a spell that I have not gotten yet. Pretty good, got 3 wins in a row, one of them with all of my units dead with Dominion at 1300 HP. When I lost Deathis, that was an interesting run. Ember makes wing awkward. It does, but I'm going to transition to utilizing it to actually, like, kill bosses. So, like, yeah, it wouldn't be good for moving something. Also, realistically, it mostly is not going to matter if I'm pulling, like, Fel up front. As long as she gets her Valor armor once, even giving her melee weakness 1 or 2 is not going to let them break through her armor, and she'll just pop back up to her full capacity. So it's not that big an issue. I'll just do that. That's fine. We're going here. No. I probably should do the Inferno room. But I'm not going to. My team is fairly weak to Dominion since I have not found any. I just haven't found any defense against it. I mean, I can sort of make do with, like, Rising Rage, maybe, to move him off of floor, but who knows. We're definitely doing this, that's for sure. I'm not going to take any of those. Bloat Matron Gilda always looks underwhelming when you see her, but then I always feel like in practice she does a lot. I think she's fine. Like, she is one of those. I agree that I think people underestimate her. But making whelps cost 0 is fairly useful, especially just as, like, a cross path. But also, the amount of Pyrogel she can generate just passively is very good. So I think she's pretty solid. And she works okay with some, like, cross-clan synergies, like when you're using tombs or, like, imps or other things, or, like, fungi. So we're definitely doing this. We're gonna do that. And how many deployable things do I have? I think 10? And good. I did merge that into the right thing. For a moment, I thought that I had merged with the wrong wind blade. But yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, should be 10. So we shouldn't need to cut any more deployable things. And there isn't another Merchant of Magic, or not Merchant of Magic, Merchant of Arms. I could still take the Inferno Room. I mostly only care about it in terms of Dominion's fight, but it is still good there. Just not gonna worry about that. Also, I'm using the only card I don't have mastered in Pyreborn is Pyreblooded or whatever because I still haven't seen it. It's on my second Zealot tonight though. Yeah, Pyreblooded is weird. It can be good, but strange unit. And yeah, no surprise that you just haven't seen the rare unit. They can take an oddly long amount of time to master. I do kind of wish that I had taken the Inferno Room. Oh well. She is up to a lot of Valor. Okay, so here's the multi-strike, here's the lower capacity one, and then we just chill out with some buddies. There we go. Unfortunately, the silencers are losers, and we just have to accept that. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do it like that so she can get her armor up. Who has the most Valor? Almost nobody, because you guys gain Valor on attack. So, whatever, we'll just put Fel back up front. Unfortunately, stupid silence guy prevents me from shifting this turn. Like an asshole, it is what it is. Nothing we can do about that. Whatever. How's the melee weakness? Who cares? Oh, I actually should have moved the silencer front. It's fine. Also, Wrathful Prince is definitely back. You can get a winged shield on him. He carried once I got that for him. Essentially soloed Corruption, Seraph, and Titans. Especially with a couple of one-horns. I mean, the soloing, I'm going to point out, I think is more to do with the one-horns there. But yes, Wings Shield is very good. And does work very well for Wrathful Prince. I expect whenever... I guess we'll just do it this way. Anyways, I expect whenever Hellhorn gets equipment, they'll probably have at least one thing that's good with him. With Wrathful specifically. But who knows? Who knows? Okay. Yes, murder them, my beautiful team. Okay. Unfortunately, you're a jerk. So we move you up front, and whatever. Put you there. And this way we can still get 1 shift trigger, which is better than 0 shift triggers. Okay, well, we can do that, and that, which is not perfect, but works out okay, although I'm still not getting Fel armor, which is a bit of a concern, but realistically, probably okay. Okay, you take a bit of a beating, but Fel gets 2 shift and gains a whole lot of armor. Doesn't really matter how many of these guys die either. I do get you killed this way, that's fine. I just was inefficient with my shift choices, and this is what we did. It works out pretty okay. My whole team is rather strong. I mean, Shield Wing's good. We're not going to worry about it. I should maybe take Liquid Courage. At the very least, just to master it. I do hate it, though. We're just going to skip these. I wish Truffles was better. He's not. Pandemic is not bad if we just wanted to debuff Dominion, but I also don't super care. Yeah, I was hoping to see this. This one's always weird because the regen, like, doesn't matter. We don't want those. Way too late, but we'll take that and that and that. I don't know. I don't strongly care about the things in here. Okay. I'll just do this now. Like, yeah, it becomes worse at letting me shift Fel, but it also doesn't really matter. We're gonna do this. And then we'll try not to die to Dominion. I can see the regen being good for backline units. Kind of, but, like, the 2 defensive strategies that Banished has is Valor, which generates armor, which doesn't work with regen, like, at all, and damage shields, which doesn't work with regen, like, at all. So, it ends up largely being inconsequential. Yeah, I guess we're still going to try setting up top floor and see what happens. Even in Awoken 3, regen is bad and it doesn't even work on Awoken units? Yes. There's a lot of problems. Oh, okay. Alright, not quite killing on turn 1, but, you know, we're getting there. Really should have left Fel in the back. Yeah, kind of. You didn't quite go... I was really hoping that I could do the Rising Rage this turn. And get Dominion murdered. But, alas. Unhelpful. I put Fel in front because... Whoops. Because I wanted Fel to attack through the melee weakness. So you're taking 8, and so it would be just exactly enough to kill you if I do it that way. Alright, fair enough. We'll just not do that. Alright, we do have a bunch of annoyances to get through. That's fine, whatever. So we still got a bit of extra shifting, still get the kill. It's all good. And there's the kill. Ta-da! Okay. And now I just take a bunch of damage on the Titans and we win. That's fine. It's gonna be okay. Realistically, I should probably not be using the Zephyr room on this fight, but we still probably will. I could also just not use the Steadfast Crusader and give myself another Demonic Fledgling. I can tell you right now, I don't think that matters. Yeah, 552 Valor, and she gets double armor. That's something. It's a shame I never got any damage shields. Technically there's one damage shield card, but wasn't great. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4th goes on Fel. Okay. Alright, and then we'll give you some melee weakness, because we can. Not that I need to do all the shifting, but, you know, it's pretty good. Although Fel did not get the armor that turn, that's fine. It's okay. And we triggered the Versatile Ember Staff, so we'll then do that. You're not dying, because you're the one who ended up with the armor. And then we're just going to trade back, so Fel gets her 1,000 armor. Yeah, not quite dead, but close. Alright, well, Savagery goes down. Entropy's down. We just need to kill Dominion. And I get my Ember back, which means then I can still cast this, and so he doesn't get to attack. There we go! How thrilling. Still took 19 damage, but whatever. A reasonably quick Titan fight. And a pretty strong run. Rage applied, 6,224. We're definitely going to break that in half at some point. But not yet. Not yet. And out of curiosity, what did Fel end up at? 612. We definitely could have hit way higher if I had ended the Seraph and Titan fight less quickly. But 612 is still real good. What is your Valor applied? Good question. I don't know, but clearly we did not break it this time. Or maybe we didn't, it just wasn't listed, because it only has room for so many. Here's... no, personal records. Where's Valor? I probably passed it. There's so many triggers that it tracks now. Valor. There we go. 4,045. I knew I had probably passed it because I thought it was around like Pyrogel, and I saw Pyrogel and Avarice, and somehow it just passed over Valor. But either way, 4,045. Ta-da! Regen applied, 37,000. That was from the time where we had the Balm of Bolo Infinite, which is why we have 37,000 on both spikes and regen. Where's Reanimate? Yeah, 34,000, very similar, because it was, again, at the same time. Same with the Unstable. The Decay was something wholly different, though. These need to be grouped in an alphabetical order. I agree that they would be a lot more helpful if they were in alphabetical order. I don't care that much, though, because I don't look at them all that often. That said, I gotta feed this cat, and if you guys want, I will do one more run, so I'll be back in a moment, and we'll do that. If you have any particular clan combo you want to see, or if you have any particular seed you want to see me run, let me know. Otherwise, it's just gonna be random, as we do. So, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Let's play another, and then we'll end there. Even though I probably should go to sleep now. Okay, first time we've gotten Remnant in a long while. Pincushion with Grail Starter and the Sanguine Assistant is not bad. Okay, and Bogworm's Growth is okay. This is a decent clan combo for it, though I just really wish they were more reliable. When you're not taking Perish's Reflection, we'll happily take Cleansing Water. Yeah, I mean, these are good, but we're gonna take it Hungers and probably just try to feed into the Pincushion. Market Invasion's fine. We will likely be able to body block. Yeah, worst case, Grail just kind of blocks a chunk. Okay. So, enjoy. And I guess we're gonna do like this, although Grail's taking a lot more damage than I like. I could give him the Vampire Tooth, but I think we're just going to accept that he's gonna take a beating. Unfortunately, can't get that, sadly. But I think we just want to shove everything into the... Yeah, even if I play the Drag here, it won't survive a single hit. So, I could kill them all if I played this in back. Doesn't matter. We're just going to accept our fate. Except I totally meant to play out the Erratic Assistant there. Don't mind me playing things in the wrong order. So, once again, we do that, and then we just do that. And then we have a Dragon Hand, whatever, we can't use it. It's not great to have multiple unit starters. You run out of capacity real quick, especially since in this game you start with banner units. It does just make that a lot more awkward. Anyways, we'll let Grail die. It's whatever. And we're just gonna use the Wicklash on him because I don't really want to use it on anyone else. Oh, and we have used up all of our Erratic Assistants. Honestly, just gonna do that so we can get a fair bit of damage off. It does mean I'm not playing out the Vengeful Shard. Who cares? Whatever. But while his sap is falling off, we do a fair bit of damage. He does eventually die from the burnout, which isn't ideal, but whatever. Grail is going to get murdered by Astrael, but so be it. It's fine. The Pincushion picks up the slack and gets to work. It's a pretty good start. I think we're just taking another Sanguine Assistant. Overworked Assistant is a good card and can work well with Devoured Grail, but we're just going to take this. It does give me the Calcified Ember, which is not great, but so be it. Molded is a maybe. Entombed Explosive is a maybe. I don't really have anything worth reforming right now. Because, like, I can bring back assistants, but they don't have their equipment attached to them. So I can't get more equipment off of them. Lame. I mean, yeah, it's a little disappointing, but I think balance-wise it works well for that to be the case. But yeah, it is a little disappointing that you can't put like Endless on them or reform them to get more equipment. Could take another Wicklash. I don't hate that. The higher the density of Wicklashes in the deck, the easier it is to utilize them. I think it's molded. I don't think I need it. I think I'm just skipping. But I might take it. Because you can still eat Reformed Assistants or use them as blockers. Yeah, I mean, that's a valid point. And there's the possibility that I get, like, Molten Encasement or some other tomb that I want to utilize later. And it gives me a way to do that even if I don't hit Endless. I think that's reasonable. What's the Spore thing that creates a copy of a card in your deck on Celebration? That one will also dupe the item if crafted. Yeah, that is Mitosis Cap. I had it, and then I lost it from my brain. But yeah, Mitosis Cap is what you're talking about. Well, Multi-Strike is half of what we wanted. Smidgestone is the other half. Though Smidgestone matters a lot less if Bogworm's growth cooperates. Yeah, I don't care in the slightest about these. I think we're good. It would be nice to get rid of some dregs or whatever, but whatever. Technically, I don't need Grail up here with the Pincushion. Nonetheless, that's what we're doing. Okay. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it in this order, actually. That way, Grail got some extra attack from eating the Enhanced Assistant. Doesn't matter a ton, given that Grail's not my primary damage source. But still. Also, I should probably have him behind the Pincushion, but I didn't do that. Okay, so that way I can get it. I did do this sort of the wrong way and should have used the Wicklash first. It's fine. Could have also used the Wicklash down on these dregs. Probably would have been good. I didn't do it. Here we are. And I can't play out the Calcified Ember, sadly. Well, so be it. That's just life. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Doing the molded might have been okay, but I'm pretty confident at this point Pincushion just wins. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any more assistants to go through, so. You can kill the drag, who cares? Who cares? Sadly, can't play with the Calcified Ember. Oh well. Could have done the Wicklash to preserve him. That maybe would have been good. Oh well. Well, doesn't matter a ton what I pick. Doesn't matter what I play out gets murdered. And also, it doesn't matter. We have the victory. Go forth, beautiful Pincushion. Alright, well, we're doing okay. We just need to keep feeding the Pincushion is the main thing. Forevermore Serum is pretty good. Explosive Reaction is also a solid card overall, and probably worth taking. If I wanted to build more towards Grail, I could do the Overworked Assistant, which is also pretty decent. I think we probably... I don't know. I kind of want the explosive reaction. Sure. We'll take that. I think it's good enough here. Nope. I wanted in Molten Encasement, non-entombed explosive. I can still use it. I chose not to. Sure, we'll go here, I guess. Void Armament is not bad. Meat Shield is also acceptable. I could do this. I don't really want to, but I think I will. Yeah, sure. Fine. It's... Oh, except it does take an upgrade slot. Do I want to? Kind of. It is rare that I take this event. And I'm not totally sold on it. You know what? Fuck it. We're not doing it. It could be okay, but... I don't really care about the Endless, and... I would mostly just be taking it for an extra +3/+3 to the pincushion once per battle, which is not that impressive. Boiler Room is okay. Do I care about Boiler Room, though? Not a ton. It's kind of cute, though. Mostly it's cute in that I can use it with, like, Grail to eat an assistant, gain Ember, yada yada yada. And, like, that's fine. I don't think that's good enough for me to care, though. At least not with my current deck. I'm just gonna skip. Excuse me. I mean, Zone of Silence is good. Could have put it on the dragon, it would have been more equipment to feed the pincushion, right? No, because it doesn't give graft equipment. It just gives a random equipment when they are played. If it actually was graft stuff, I would have used it. I guess I'll just do this. I'm not, like, crazy about this, but I'll do it. It's just a versatile, useful option. Okay, too bad. Yep. Okay. We'll still just play that. And we'll block there, because I can. And we'll just play you there, rather than doing the explosive reaction. That's good enough. Sure, you can go there. You can go there. And whatever, we'll let you die there as well. Yes, look at my beautiful pincushion grow in strength. And now he has lifesteal, which is pretty nice. I'm gonna put you behind, actually, so I can eat you later. Though I do have 2 of them. Nonetheless, I'm gonna put these here. I don't need them to block up top because pincushion already has lifesteal. Unfortunately, Archaon is getting fairly beefy with the Siphon, but that's hard to avoid. I mean, the Whiplash would have been nice, but I don't have Ember for it. Oh well. Again, overall, we're in fine shape. We basically just need to keep chilling out with the pincushion. Not the ordering I meant for, but that's okay. scare me somewhat. Okay. Well, we're gonna do this. And so now you're gonna get lifesteal. Can you put equipment on a unit that has something grafted to it? Yes, it will just get rid of the grafted equipment for the fight. There's like maybe technically a reason to do this. Probably shouldn't be doing this, and I should have just grabbed an assistant for Grail to eat. Oh well. We'll see how it goes. Okay, well, I was hoping that I'd get to reform something else and block slightly longer. I mean, like, we did what we could. We got rid of a little bit of his rage. It's not a lot of bit of his rage. And overall, doesn't matter. We're still just fine. I mean, like, it's close. He is doing a lot of damage. But the lifesteal is what we needed, which is why we held on to the lifesteal equipment for the end of the battle. After I'd already run through all my other stuff. Well, there's Hallowed Halls if we want to swap to that life. I don't think we're going to take it because it just gets real messy with all the graft units. And I'd have to remove every drag. And it's just a bit of a mess. We'll take the combustion suit, even though it gives us more garbage. We're going to skip these, even though Tycoon's fine. And do I want Ember? Yeah, I think I do. It's not, like, wildly important yet, but... we're going here. I don't really need the Steward's Quarters, though it's kind of cute. I can maybe make use of it. We're definitely just doing It Hungers 2. Even if he's not, like, the main part of my plan. I mean, Titanite is not bad. But I think we're going to reroll... Yeah, because I wanted Smidgestone above all else. It's not, like, perfect, but it's pretty good for me. Okay, we're in decent shape. We just need to keep pumping up the pincushion, and then we will eventually become truly strong. I do forget what enemies are in this fight. I know it's Corrin, which is the only reason I'm hesitating on whether I want to set up top floor or not. Would dualism on pincushion mean it gets +6/+6 instead of +3/+3? No. Dualism only affects buffs. So, like, if pincushion had, like, when equipped, gain rage, yes, it would affect that. But it does not affect just, like, raw stats. Well, let's try staying up top floor. I don't remember what floor I'm going to want Zone of Silence on, though. Let's try it top floor, but I just... Yeah, definitely wanted it not top floor. Because we wanted it to stop these guys from getting Titan Skin, at the very least. But, whatever, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. Also, I should take note of how much capacity I have on every floor. It matters a lot less with the Smidgestone, but still... We're not actually going to get to use the combustion suit, but so be it. Like, it's not a bad equipment, but it's just more important to me to be doing the other things, so. Yeah, I'd like to get rid of this, even though it complicates matters. I would like to play out all the other things, too. There are a lot of enemies in this fight, and them having multi-strike is concerning. I definitely did this not the right order. Well, that's fine. Okay, well, it's about to look a lot scarier. Well. It is not great that I stole away his lifesteal. Especially because I probably wanted him to heal going into this turn. Because this is when Corrin's about to steal everyone down to bottom floor. Although, we're still good because there's still at least one enemy for him to attack into, which is what we care about. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of damage here. That's fine. The big thing is just we need Pincushion to get to full HP before he has just an onslaught of enemies. Okay, we're doing that so we can get the last buff onto Pincushion. It's a little greedy, but whatever. Okay, now, do you survive this? Yes, you do. Great. Love it. Big fan. Huge fan, even. Yeah. No reason to play anything else out. This is why we want the lifesteal. Because, like, yeah, he takes a beating, but as long as you survive the first volley, we're able to cleave through enough enemies that the rest is not a big deal. Tome of Horrors is real good, but not really what we need right now. Weaponized Prosthetic is okay. Because, like, we can basically always use it on a Pincushion to give them plus 30 attack. Also, if we were just trying to buff Grail, we could use it on any of the Graft units, remove their equipment, give them plus 30 attack, and then have Grail eat them to get dramatically higher attack bonus. Not really my concern, though, because we want the Graft equipment. And, like, Dome of Horrors is great. It's just not really what I want right here, I don't think. Don't think I care about Weaponized Prosthetic. But it's okay. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird card. I do like Subsuming Blade. I don't think I like it this late, though. But, well, I mean, we still got plenty of time. We're not actually that late in. It's mostly just that it barely matters to me. But I could take it. It would be okay. I've got time to bulk it up, and it's only 1 cost now, unlike Monster Train 1, where it costs 2. Killing silence units, yeah, but the silence units don't matter as much to me when I have Zone of Silence. I would be more using it to kill the 12-1 attackers, but if I really cared about that, I'm better served by just using Explosive Reaction. So I think we're just going to skip that. Because, like, yeah, they'll protect themselves from the damage on Explosive Reaction, but it will kill them with the Unstable. So, it ends up working out. Alright, what do you got for me? Well, I was hoping for an upgrade to a unit. I mean, sure. It doesn't really matter because I don't have a room to use it with. But we can change that in a moment. Alright, well. Thank you, Looming Dark Shard, even though you cost me a whole lot of HP. Okay, I will buy that. I don't think I care about Reanimation Lab, even though it's kind of cute. Don't think I care. And we're just gonna make Pincushion number 2. I should also be paying to remove some units, because I really would like to get rid of the dregs. Okay. Well, one of these Pincushions is not like the other, or at least will not be soon. Already forgot which enemies we're fighting here. Yeah, you're fine. We did want it on top floor so that we don't get sapped. That is for sure. Yeah, I'll just do that. I could have reformed the assistant. Excuse me. Which I kind of wanted to do, but it doesn't matter. Alright. And we're just going to keep buffing one of the Pincushions, but not the other. Poor guy. Yeah, poor Whiplashes are really not consequential to my overall game plan. But that's because my game plan is basically feed Pincushions and eventually win. Like, they're still going to need to be stronger than they currently are, but it's working out pretty well. And then we just get all of these units killed so they're out of my way, because they do not matter to me in the slightest. Okay. Let's get rid of some of you. And just for the sake of it, let's do that. So Grail gets a bit stronger attack. Like, Grail does have a non-trivial amount of attack. Turns out, Grail's pretty good. And man, is Looming Dark Shard good. Just making it so that we get extra cards and extra energy every time we draw into a Blight card. It's real nice. I could eat the assistant. We're not going to worry about it. But it doesn't matter a ton, because the moment that we do this, like, you're just going to get lifesteal anyways. So, I guess we'll just make you fodder for Grail. We're basically just gonna draw the same stuff every turn anyways, since I draw past the shards. Oh, wrong order. Doesn't matter. Who cares? So we'll turn your 70 attack into 140 attack. It's just that I meant to then reform her again, but I didn't. Oh no, it's Quoto! How could we withstand such a terrible foe? Surgical Strike is good. Replicator Ray is good. I think we're taking the Replicator Ray. I'm definitely skipping these. Go in here. Okay. Okay. I guess maybe I'm minusing you. I kind of want to do the Replicator Ray. But I guess we'll hold over that. Yeah, that's about all I can do. I could do this. Or that. I don't know. I'll do that. I don't really care, but I got the money for it, so we're gonna do it. I could also, you know, be removing units from the deck. So be it. We're making Pincushion number 3. We'll get rid of the Spear Stewards, because they take up more capacity and cost me things. Same with the Shield Steward. There we go. Good enough. Excuse me. Okay, so we Zone of Silence bottom floor, because it does stop the... It does stop the cherubs from being eaten. It looks weird because it says that they still eat, but they just don't do anything. It would have also been nice to kill these, but I was kind of hoping to draw into the explosive reaction this turn, and I didn't, so whatever. Okay, we'll just explode those, and we don't have to put up with any of your garbage. I did do this in the wrong order, where I should have ended you on the what's-its-face? The Vampire Tooth. Doesn't matter. I was like, probably could have played out the Shield Steward top floor, but it doesn't really affect my game plan. Okay, so we eat assistants, we jam their equipment into our buddy. We're gonna protect you for later. I should have used the Wicklash first. I didn't. Again, realistically, it barely matters to me. Whatever. We'll just buff those things. And we'll block there, even though most of the damage you're taking is from the spikes. Okay. Alright. So, we eat that. We do that. Could do the Replicator Ray, but then I don't have enough to play out the other things here, so I guess we're just gonna leave the Replicator Ray. It's not like I'm really worried about killing Kale early. Whoops. And we're mostly just using that to kill off the enemies before they can apply corruption to our dudes. Like, yeah, we end up with a little bit of corruption, but not so much that we care. And then we just keep getting back the same stuff every turn. I could use the Replicator Ray to make another Pincushion, which is sort of the overall plan, but not important at the moment. I could have done the ordering slightly better. It doesn't matter. The Pincushion army is gonna do a good job. Only doing that just to gain HP. Because why not? And then our 3 pincushions will kill Kale with great and terrible ease. Nope. Don't want the Howled Halls. Formless Child's weird. Wax and Spike could be good, but we're not going to use it. But, like, if we're making a bunch of pincushions, which is what we're doing, I could use it to be buffing an entire floor of pincushions who all have multi-strike, which is, you know, not bad. But I'd have to get remove consume, basically. Which is not like a terrible ask, I guess. I kind of want to do it. You know what? Fine. I'll take it. We'll see what we can do. I am going to take more Ember if that's the case, though. Especially because my deck already gets pretty small over time. Anyways. Since most of it is just... it's just units. And eventually we run out of units. Double stack. Doesn't matter a ton. I guess I'll do that. I also wanted to do remove consume on the replicator ray, but we're doing this. It is what it is. I guess I'm gonna permafrost that. That's fine. And we're gonna get rid of that. And we're gonna get rid of... come on. There we go. Alright. Well, see what we can do. It is Rax, great and terrible. We should be overall okay. We're still gonna set up mid-floor. I don't need a pincushion to block for us on top floor now. We are hoping that we get not that, but fair enough. I was hoping that I was going to get... what am I trying to say? I was hoping that I was going to get the explosive reaction on turn 1. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I'll do that, I guess. And that still gives some attack, even if I have no Ember to dump into it. And, like, yeah, it gives burnout, but my deck is going to be small enough that that shouldn't be a problem. We're going to continue eating the Scissor Hands first, and go from there. Alright. So you're gonna die. That's fine. I will, I guess, put you there. And then not eat you because I don't have Ember for you. I just need to make sure that they're eaten before the end. That's all that matters, which shouldn't be too big a deal. Oh, I did really fuck this up, though. Well, fine. I was vaguely worried about this, but then I didn't think it was gonna come to pass this way. Well, so be it. Yeah, needed that wax and spike earlier. Well, let's get back this pincushion, I guess. And let's eat you. And extend that burnout a little bit. Yeah, a little bit too late on that. Definitely was a problem. We're just gonna go ahead and explode that problem. We'll get back the other pincushion. We'll eat this one. And then we will extend the burnout. We should be okay. Especially because I'm gonna come in with lifesteal. Yep. I could have brought back another unit. Yada yada yada. It doesn't matter. Here we are. The army of pincushions gets to work, even if I did let the cardless one die. Yeah. It was not my smoothest game plan, but it was okay. I mean, Double-Edged Bearer is not bad. Horrify is pretty good. I guess I'll take the Horrify, even though I'm sort of having trouble with draw already. Okay, so I can make another pincushion, which is not bad. Or I can go here and I can get a room for Dante's Footstool. I don't know what I would really want. I mean, like, Hall of Mirrors is what I want, but alright, let's greed for it. The removals are also decent. That's not bad. And Fade's First Blade is suddenly a lot more appealing. Could get a second Zone of Silence. I don't think that matters. Fine. Do I actually care about that? No, we'll just take the Boiler Room, because it's low investment. It's okay. Nefarious Overflow is technically useful, because I am killing things with Unstable. I don't care that much, though. I guess I'll take this, even though I should just do removals. But here we are. And just to make sure I'm not forgetting about anything else, I guess we're doing this. Well, I probably would have been stronger if I had just gone with the duped... If I had just gone with the duped pincushion, but this is okay. We'll make do. Okay, so, Boiler Room goes up here with Grail. You get that. And then you're all going to chill out here. We'll still have blockers for Grail, and worst case, you'll have to take some hits here. Not a big deal. Unfortunately, you do sap, and so... like, Grail barely gets any attack from this. But... not that big a deal. And I'll play you out, I guess. Okay. I'll just explode all those problems. I definitely did those in the wrong order. Because I should have ended with the combustion suit on him, but it's not enough for me to be worried about the situation. Like, overall, we're in good shape. Because we just get to explode our enemies every turn. just do it like this, I guess. And then we just keep buffing the pincushion, and we just keep murdering the enemies. Okay, so that, and... now we have another one. Although I should have done that in slightly different order, because I could have done the Wicklash first. God, how confident am I that I can get the spike back in time? Not tons confident, but we're gonna try. Also, I probably should have used the Wicklash on the cardless one, because that's the only one that I can't get back if it dies. Although it ends up not mattering. I just draw into all this and we're good. And now... here we go. Now you have lifesteal as well, and tons of burnout. Anyways, we're in good shape. We don't really have to worry. We'll just explode you guys. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna do this before I forget to do it later. And we'll just give them extra burnout and 20 attack power. And they all gain rage at the end of the turn when burnout ticks down. Like, we're pretty good. It would be better if I could make more pincushions, but it's fine overall. I can supplement it by making more minions in the back. Oops, there we go. Yes, look at us go. My deck is a little clumsy, but on the whole, it's pretty good. Excuse me. I guess we'll horrify you just so you're not healing things. It doesn't like matter. It's not stopping us. We are just gonna keep healing our pyre a tiny bit, though. Ta-da! Alright, look at us go! The army of pincushions, and then Grail's just chilling up top. Like, Grail is a good unit, and I could be using him better. Doesn't matter. The pincushions are doing plenty of work for us. Okay. Like, I could probably just put Grail on the same floor as the pincushions now, which I might do for the Titan fight. Okay. Yeah, so I think I can do that fairly comfortably. We'll just put the boiler room there. Please turn screen shake. I'm not going to do that. I understand that it bothers people, but I enjoy it enough to keep it on. Which, I'm sorry if that is not what you want, but... well, we're doing plenty of damage here. I guess we'll do the Reform just for the sake of it, because it gives us more Ember for next turn, and then we'll give you some Unstable. About then, I'm sorry to hear that, but that is perfectly fair. We definitely want the Vampire's Tooth. And we're definitely into the Pyrelite. Like, that's without question the thing that's happening. So, we play you first, have Grail do the eating. I don't really want to do the Wicklash until I have some other source of burnout. And I guess we'll just blow these up so I can get damage on Entropy faster. I guess I could have done the Wicklash on the thing Grail ate. Whatever. There's no reason not to do it on the Assistant, at least. And then we just do this. Realistic, I should probably be putting some of the other equipment on the backliners, because I don't need to be just building up my pin cushions endlessly anymore. Even if it is habit to stack them to the high heavens. Well, I say that, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay. Yeah, and we're gonna take some damage, but we have enough HP that it doesn't matter. And then we just keep hitting Dominion with the Pyrelite. Eventually he'll die. Like, I've got enough HP to handle taking the sweep. And I would prefer just not to take the Pyre damage from Savagery. Whatever. We'll just buff you. And get a little bit of damage there. You can have that, and then we do that, and then we're just gonna have to hope that we get burnout in time. We should! Especially since the Looming Dark Shard makes the Curse of Entropies and all that a non-issue. Eventually we'll kill these enemies. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're basically dead. Savagery's dead. Dominion is getting worked on. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, we don't really need to do the explosive reaction there. We'll just do that there. And I guess I'm going to just make another buddy to put in the back here, since I do have the team-wide buff. Could also just be enhancing Grail by having him eat an assistant. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Like, again, we've won this. We just need to wait a moment, and we'll get there. How much HP do you have? Still enough that I would like to get the Pyrelite. Oh boy, look at all that damage we can pump out. We daze you. We're getting there. Eventually you'll die. Someday. I could be reforming things. It doesn't matter. We're just waiting on Dominion. And Looming Dark Shard is good. Oh, I'm actually going to do this slightly differently. Actually, I don't think I need to. I just was trying to not take the damage from Dominion this turn. Because this is the last turn. And so I figured I would daze Dominion so they don't get the attack off. Although now we have to wait for that. Alright. Just took longer for the reset than I was expecting. So, I think it doesn't matter either way, because they have enough unstable that once I hit with the Pyrelite, I think it's going to kill. Well, sadly, I can't play the Wax and Spike. Oh no, it does force me to wait until the attack. Well, never mind. There we go. There we go! It's a slow Titan fight. I mean, not really any more slow than other Titan fights. But it was a pretty cute, relatively straightforward deck. Turns out, Pincushion's pretty good. Especially when you're not up against Savagery Seraph. Because Savagery Seraph is the one that has the highest HP enemies. So it has just the most raw stats that you need to chew through. And like, it's pretty easy to get Pincushion up to a decent state. It is harder to get it up to where it's comfortably dealing with the like double 500 HP heavies. It's still possible, especially if you're supplementing the attack with other things. But it's harder. So when you're up against only, 200 HP enemies, it's much easier to just rely on a team of Pincushions duped repeatedly. And there we go. Worked out quite nicely. Even if Grail was basically just a cheerleader. Something is wrong with my words today. But anyways, that's fine. I do really like Grail as a champion. There's a lot of cool things you can do. I do wish that Living Armory... Learning Limb. That's what I'm trying to say. I knew I had the wrong name. The one that gives permanent attack to equipment. I do wish that one was better and more meaningful and had a better purpose for existing. And even then, it's like, okay. It's just that the other two paths are better, stronger, and more interesting to utilize. But anyways, he's a cool champion overall. And Lazarus is a pretty cool clan. Anyways, we're stopping there for the night. Because it's late. And my throat is suffering a little bit. And hopefully it'll be better tomorrow. Either way, I'll be back tomorrow unless I'm sick, in which case, I don't know, I'll take time to rest, but I think I'll be back tomorrow. As always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the new subscribers. Thanks to new followers. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night.